Okay, I think I've addressed everything I need to. There's a lot going on, as I'm sure y'all could have predicted. But, YOLO? Let me just make sure I'm not going to leak any environment variables. Okay, I think we're good. Sup, nerds? Happy Thursday. It has been quite a day, quite a week even. There's a lot going on. I have had effectively zero time to analyze how people feel about the new model. I've just had to focus on how I feel about it. No tea today. It's too late in the day. I'd want to be able to sleep eventually now that I've been sleeping great. Sorry, too much going on. Anyways, ugh. I have YouTube chat here as well. How am I liking 5.6? A lot. I've been using it a ton. Why have I not done a video on GLM 5.6? Because there's not much to say. Like, I've talked, yeah, as Das said, I've talked about it a bunch in videos where it makes sense to. Sorry, GLM 5.2, not 5.6. Sorry, there's two models that are 5 dot right now. I saw the shorts are doing very well Mondays. Thank you for that. I saw that you DM me PC style. You DM me when I was in the middle of putting out like 15 fires. I didn't have a chance to respond. I was literally in the middle of talking to my lawyers when I got your DM. So yeah, it's been a fucking couple days. Yeah, anyways. Oh, is it this one? I am not going to deal with my audio or any of that later. Hey guys, we have so much to do. I can't do links. I can't do listens. I can't do things unless they are directly involved in making videos about 5.6. Because we have 4 additional videos about 5.6 to film today. And it's already 5:15. No distractions, no links, no bullshit. If it is not an example of someone using 5.6 for something interesting or somebody crashing out on the Codex death, I can't do it right now. I'm sorry that just the time in the day does not exist. This is the most I've had to work in months. And I've been wanting to talk about this model since May 27th. I have been using it. And yeah, it's time. We have a lot to talk about. So I'm going to just go start the camera recording. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I lied on Nerd Snipe. What did I lie about on Nerd Snipe? I've done my best to dance around the fact that I had early access. If it's the Nerd Snipe episode about 5.5 or about 5.6, we filmed that like 3 weeks ago because we thought the model was going to come out the next day, but then it didn't. And then the government intervention happened. Then we lost access. then I had to suffer with shitty models for a while. It was really bad. I had like a week-ish of just not doing anything. And now we're free. Jesus Christ, you guys are going crazy. Oh, when I said I didn't have 5.6, I didn't in the moment. I've lost access from when it was announced until like the fucking or 2 days ago, I think. So I was truthful in that. Anyways, as I was saying, Wabo with the fucking 50 bomb, that's 1,428 gifts lifetime. Absolutely insane, Wabo. Thanks for the generosity there. We can chat soon, Dan. Next week's gonna be awful because it's open sauce week, and this week went from the week off to also awful. So I don't know when I'll be able to get back to you. The week after next, fingers crossed, should be a little bit chiller. But I need a bit, guys. I was so excited to have a week to just chill and code this week, and then the 5.6 stuff ramped up out of nowhere, and now I don't get any time to chill. Yo, S. John, thank you for the 10 bomb. Really appreciate it, man. Soul and hardware. Yep. It's actually a pretty good example of like what makes it so good. Can I say something about Tyra? No, really. I've barely been able to. Like, I've barely used it. I can't look at random links if they're not immediately driving things related to the new model. Yeah, there are some very dumb community notes attempts going around. Yeah, Macroscope's really, really good. I've been enjoying them a lot. 5.6 reverse engineered the firmware on your Tamron camera lens and got it to work perfectly on your A9 II, where the original firmware was limited to 13 or 15 FPS. Now you have full 20 FPS the camera's capable of. That is fucking awesome. What's this? This is just a bug. The rollout's been weird. I don't know how they're doing it. I've not used the new GPT work stuff at all. More shit. There's too much shit going on. The Zig stuff's insane. I might react to that today. 50-50 on it. It's because there's so much to do. You got a super chat here. Have I tried work? I have not tried work. I have no idea how it works. I never even used the Claude Code version, so it's not really my thing. I'll thank subs quick, and then we're going to go right into it because I am so behind already. Thank you, Balalatro. If you get $200 for your company to spend on AI subs, where do I think the split should be? 100 Anthropic, 100 OpenAI. Right now, I would just do 200 OpenAI for sure. Like, easily. It's the amount of usage you get is just insane. And 5.6 is my workhorse that I use for fucking everything. Like, I use it so much. I would do 200 on OpenAI and then spend 20 on Cursor or something to get a little bit of Fable or like whatever else when you need it. I still like Fable more, but Fable is very much a you have the privilege to waste money model, not a like use it for everything model. We got Tech Rubros with the Prime. Thank you for that, for 8 months. Alembic with the 10 months. Appreciate that. Kiwi Code Hack with the 4 months. Super JHC with the 2. Great time to have a free 20x sub and 3 resets in the bag. I had to burn my first reset because of this model. Hella hyped. We need a video explaining which ones to use, what replaces 5 medium, etc. Believe me, we'll get that. MG Pi with the Prime. Wabo with the tier 3 for 9 months. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Been a minute. We got Pierce with the 11 months. Thanks for the good content. Wabo again with the 50 bomb, fucking legend. S. John with the 10 bomb following up. 5F9 with the 5 bomb. And then Gusty with the 10. I missed both of you earlier. I'm so sorry for missing that. The tier 3 from AI Dev Guy. Thank you for that. 6 months of tier 3 is crazy. Appreciate you a ton. Wabo with the tier 1 to Fawcett. Fawcett deserves a sub. Appreciate that. Tosh here with the 5 months. Didn't get Soul on Plus plan, so you hammered your 5-hour usage with Terra. Checks out. Sorry. And we got Mike here with the community sub as well. Oh, shit. We got a 50 bomb over on YouTube, right as I'm alt-tabbing. For the T, no pressure if I feel like it. I am tempted to grab the T, believe me, but I also don't want to stay up too late. I have a lot to do this week and next week, and I would like to have a normal-ish sleep schedule. But thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube, Scientist. Appreciate that more than you guys know. Especially now that I have to spend it all on fucking tokens. We got Estate JPEG with the Prime, Izzy with the 7 months of Prime, Mike with the gift. Thank you all again. I think it's time to get started. I kind of want to start with the Codex crash out. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. You know what? I'll put Zig versus Bun in there so we have it, but I just want to do this. As a marketing dude, yeah, I am with you. I am fully with you Mondays. Let's do it. Oh shit, Sokray, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I've not gotten back to you. You hit me up right as I got 5-6 access again, and I've not been able to respond to anybody. I was just crashing out about how I am in such insane time debt right now. It's crazy. It's actually insane. I've never been so busy in my fucking life. So let's get started. It is time to talk about how Codex is dead. If you guys could grab links about like the announcement and whatnot for me, so I have those to transition into, I would appreciate it. Don't need that anymore. This I'll keep open for now. It could be useful later. Save this so I have it, because I'll probably need it later. Cool, perfect. Thank you, chat. Okay. It's not a particularly well-kept secret that I really, really loved the Codex app when it dropped. And I want to be clear about this. I'm referring to the Codex app. I know it could be confusing because Codex was the first OpenAI model for doing code all the way back in like 2022, 2023, if I recall. Codex was also the CLI that they put out for working with agents back in 2025. Then Codex became a special version of the model that you could use with the CLI. Then it became the app, then it became the website, and became all these other things. And the Codex name got kind of diluted. But I still loved the app. I loved it so much that I built my own open source clone just in case it started to have regressions or other issues, and so I could use it with other harnesses and models. Today, OpenAI announced a cool new app. Today, OpenAI announced an overhaul of their app called ChatGPT Work, and with this, an all-new ChatGPT experience. I actually have it open right here, but you might notice something. It says ChatGPT, but the icon is Codex. That's because they stuffed all of Codex into ChatGPT. The Codex app is now ChatGPT. When I clicked the little update button in the bottom earlier because I was in Codex and I wanted the latest version, I ended up installing the new ChatGPT, and I'm not very happy about it. There are a couple things in here that are there are a couple things in this overhaul that are actually quite impressive, But there's also an absolute disaster of marketing to be discussed here too. And I'll be frank, I'm disappointed. I knew they were going to do this change for a while now because I had friends at OpenAI reach out to me concerned, asking for me to help them jump in front of this rebrand because so many people were so concerned about it. And it seems like they weren't successful. I have feelings about this, and they're not very good. And if this ends up costing me my early access in the future, then I'm going to have to spend a lot more on tokens. What do you take on that? I'm too frustrated to do a good transition joke, so let's just roll the sponsor and then I'll dive into all of my frustrations. First, I'll do my... Good to have you back. First, I'm going to do my best to try and explain why they made this change and the cool things that were added, and then I'm going to rip them a new one because I think this is really stupid. Let me make sure I don't have my email open when I open the Claude app because it loves to do shit like that. Oh, it signed me out for no reason. Even better. And then it opens Safari for me to sign back in with. Even better. And now I have to scan a fucking QR code in order to do the passkey auth because it won't use a fucking browser. Thanks, Anthropic. Okay, 15 steps later. And I'm now back in the official Claude app. Yeah, you know what? Fine, we'll relaunch. I should not have done that because they removed work. That was really dumb of me. We're going to have to do a little bit of editor magic because we're going to have to do a little bit of magic in the edit quickly because everything fucking sucks now. I'm sorry. Anyways, to show what was on my screen approximately 45 seconds ago, there were 3 tabs in the Claude app. You had the standard Claude app, the home, which was for chat and whatnot. You had work, which was a thing we'll talk about in a second. And you had code, which was a bad interface for Claude Code, which is the Claude Code we all know and love, but in a GUI inside of the Claude app. That middle option that vanished was called work. And it was their attempt to take the things that make Claude Code magical for non-dev tasks and make those accessible for non-devs. Sorry, it was called Cowork, not work. My bad. And Cowork's been moved to now be part of this section here where you have chat and you have Cowork, and separately you have code. There was an interim window where they had 3 options, though. They had home, which was normal chat, they had Cowork, and they had code. And the concept of Cowork is really cool because it turns out having access to your computer, the ability to run commands, computer use, and all these other things is valuable outside of traditional dev work. I know this because the non-devs on my team have been using it heavily for all sorts of different stuff. With Cowork, you can use the files on your computer. You can use the browser that you have open. You can edit documents in Excel. You can update your PowerPoint slides. You can do all sorts of work-like tasks that aren't writing software. And the reason this exists and was the reason they built this is the power of Claude Code as a harness, not as a tool for writing code, but as a tool for using your computer to get real work done. And it seems like OpenAI wanted to do something similar, which is why they have rebranded Codex to be a feature in ChatGPT. Instead of the ChatGPT app being for chat and Codex being for, well, Codex, ChatGPT is now a UI for Codex as well as a UI for work, which is a separate thing that doesn't appear to do anything. I just clicked it and it shows the exact same stuff on the side here, but it should, hypothetically speaking, allow for non-devs to get some of the benefits that we see from ChatGPT. But you might be confused, though. I said this is the Codex, or you might be confused, though. I said this is the Claude, or yeah. You might be confused because I just said this is the new ChatGPT. So where is the ChatGPT? Here, retake there. You might be a bit confused because I mentioned before that this is ChatGPT. So where's the chat? We have work, we have Codex. Well, if you go down a bit here, you see chat is an option, and it opens up as a pop-up that you can move around. Because chat is no longer the thing you use the ChatGPT app for. Chat is now a pop-up in the ChatGPT app. Needless to say, I think that's really stupid. And I think the people who use the ChatGPT app for ChatGPT are going to be more pissed than the people who use the Codex app for code. I want to talk about the cool, nice things here, though, so let me do that. First, I want to install the latest update. And now I want to talk about the cool things that have been introduced. They have all of these fancy plugins for PDF management, spreadsheets, presentations, sites, which is a cool new thing that's pretty competitive with Lakebed, my cloud, so we'll talk about it in the future. But all these fancy plugins for Gmail, Slack, and all these fancy plugins for Gmail, Slack, Notion, Google Drive, and lots of other things. Seems cool. Seems decent so far. You also have the ability to choose which folders or projects you're working in. And when you create a new project, you're no longer just saying this folder is what we're working with. You are picking an existing folder in your computer, and you can even select multiple to be used in a given project. It no longer maps in my head the way that I'm used to with, everything else. If we make a new project and we click here to edit it, why can't I pick files for it? Is this because I'm in work mode? It is. Great. So if I switch over here and I add a project, next, new. Oh, did they change this? That's annoying. The last time I tested this, you could have multiple folders in a project, but I don't think you can do that anymore. Weird. A lot of the UX has been changing kind of rapidly and not in ways that I love. But the point of all this is that it's easier for non-technical people to use Codex to give it access to things on your computer and do things. What do you got for me from this AJ post? I want to talk more about the good things, so I'll do my best here. Obviously, the Sites beta is included. I briefly mentioned that earlier. It is pretty cool. The plugins between ChatGPT and Codex have been unified, so there's just one layer for all of that. The computer use stuff had a massive improvement, including things like multi-tab and enterprise auth for browsers, as well as much faster computer use. The way that Andrew describes the difference between the Codex mode and the work mode is the interface. Codex is built to show you code, diffs, and PRs, while work keeps those details abstracted away. You pick one, or you can move freely between them. When you want to quickly explore an idea or get an instant search result, chat is now in the app too, with the instant and pro models, search widgets, and seamless handoffs into work or Codex tasks. The in-app browser is much better at helping ChatGPT work across the web with support for authenticated sites, multiple tabs, and file downloads. Your tabs will stick around too. It's also worth noting that the official ChatGPT browser, called Atlas, was sunset as part of all of this, with the expectation that you'll use the browser in the ChatGPT app instead. Which, to the 5 people who really, really liked the stuff going on with Atlas, I am sorry, probably not the best replacement. As I have mentioned many times about 5.6, it is way better at computer use. And when you combine it with the new computer use capabilities of the app, it's really, really cool. 5.6 has better taste at front end, yada yada. It can visualize data and things well, which is cool. Codex side got some updates, including editing files directly in app, seeing and reviewing PRs without having to leave the app, accessing pro mode in chats, and then handing off the context to Codex. This is actually pretty cool. I do a lot of like talking about an idea with pro and then have to copy paste the context. Having a built-in handoff is actually kind of cool. There's the all-new Ultra mode for your most demanding work. Not really a feature with this Codex death. And the most important piece here, if you've grown deeply attached to the Codex app icon, you can keep it. I am one of the people that did not like this change and ended up going in, hopping in Appearance, scrolling all the way to the bottom where I saw this tiny little dock icon where you can choose between ChatGPT icon and the Codex icon. And this is the only proof of Codex's existence remaining, other than the little call out here. Yeah. They do plan on doing more with this ChatGPT Codex merge. First, they want to do it, but they want to do it thoughtfully, not just smash two things together with a toggle and call it a day. Sure. There's also a list of nice small improvements. Much better performance. I've noticed this. The Codex app has been overheating my computer a lot lately. And right now, I don't feel almost any heat coming from it at all because the new ChatGPT Codex implementation seems to be more effective. My honest guess is that this is what they've been using internally for a while. And the updates to the Codex app are just keeping it safe and porting things over without actually testing it. So it's not super surprising to me that the Codex app has had problems lately because I don't think they're using it. And the reason that Codex was good is because so much of OpenAI was using it. Now they've moved over to this unified app. I would expect it to be pretty solid and to continue improving over time. They also cleaned up settings. They made the model picker and slider better. I do really like this, sliding between the options once you have the model picked. It's cute. It's not as bad as before. Faster, more reliable mobile connections. This is huge. The mobile stuff was so garbage, I basically gave up on it and just bullied Julius into building it for us for T3 code, which we'll talk about in a bit. New docs already has been better. I found that when I Google search for things like the CLI install for Codex, I can actually find it. Programmatic tool calling with code mode, useful. Nice to see that they finally added that. And better video rendering on SSH hosts. For when you're connecting to Codex over SSH on another machine, you can get video back through the SSH as a connection method now, which is cool, but yeah, I'm sticking with T3 code. Okay. I think I've done my best to cover the positives so far, which means it's time for me to crash the fuck out a bit. As I mentioned at the start of the video, Codex had its problems in branding. Codex went from a special model to a CLI to new versions and treatments of a model to a desktop app. And I honestly can't think, and the result is that to this day, when somebody says, I'm using Codex, I don't know what they're referring to. It could be the CLI. It could be GPT-5.3 Codex. Maybe they found a way to host that old Codex model back in the original Copilot days. I don't know. Maybe it's the app. Hard to know. For comparison here, when I say I'm using Claude Code, it's pretty clear what I mean. I'll ask chat to be sure. Hey, chat, if I told you guys I was using Claude Code, what am I referring to? Am I referring to a model, an app, a CLI? If I tell you I'm using Claude Code, what do you think I'm using? See how almost every single reply is the CLI? It's because that's what people think of when they hear Claude Code. No one thinks about a special Claude Code model. Very few think about the app. It's clear. It seems like even Anthropic doesn't think about the desktop app too much. Claude Code refers to the CLI. Codex refers to a bunch of different things, and none of them are properly aligned. And the result is confusion and brand failures. But they started to fix this. The first step in the fix was killing the Codex models. Previously, they were training specific versions of the models to be better at code. They stopped doing that because they folded all those behaviors into the traditional main models. That's why we never got a normal 5.3. We only had 5.3 Codex, and then they folded those learnings into 5.4, and we'll probably never see a Codex model again as a result. That was a huge step forward. The next big thing they did was really lean into the app. It's been clear for a bit now that the Codex CLI is not their focus. It recently got some improvements, but a lot of those improvements were from me bullying the team into fixing things, threatening to file some slop PRs if they didn't. But there were a ton of just broken UI, UX things in it. Like when you open it, if the wrong model selected and you typed /model too fast, it would fail because it was still trying to set up and connect to the MCP servers. It was just obviously annoying and bad UX in ways that were trivial to fix. We're talking 20 minutes of work max, maybe 50 to 100 lines of code. And they just weren't bothering because the whole company had moved over to the app. And while that has problems, and while I wish the CLI, which is the only remaining open source surface, got a little better, got a little more focus, honestly, I understand why it hasn't been the focus, and I'm just thankful that they've kept the app server in as good of a state as they have. If you're not familiar with what I mean there, the Codex CLI hosts a server that lets you connect to it through apps, like, the official ChatGPT app in Codex mode, but also things like T3 Code. So those things helped a bunch. The biggest thing that helped with Codex's brand, though, was that the app got good. It was decent at launch, but it continued to improve. It kept on adding awesome things that were unique to Codex. Things like the computer use capabilities that are just not at the same level in any other tool right now. And all of that, combined with how generous the subscriptions were and how good the models had gotten at coding, resulted in a huge resurgence of the Codex brand, despite their attempts to shove pets in our faces. And all of this led to Codex growing massively. OpenAI couldn't stop bragging about it. They were seeing 5x or more growth every month consistently. And it had gotten massive. They were buying Super Bowl commercials just for Codex. But here's where things start to spiral. As soon as Codex became default behavior for the model, when they folded the Codex models in, the need to fold more in became apparent. The reason that they folded Codex's training into the main models is because the things Codex did were useful outside of code. Being able to do really long-running agentic work is valuable. It lets you complete tasks that otherwise couldn't be completed using LLMs. I would argue that when 5.4 dropped and confirmed they were no longer doing Codex models, the inevitable end of Codex was kind of painted on the wall. And as Codex kept getting better and better, and ChatGPT kind of, I don't want to say faltered or anything, but it wasn't improving at the same rate, it was hard to not stare at these two things, where one is ChatGPT, the thing that makes your business most of its money, that is massive and super popular and well used by almost 1 billion people. And you have this much smaller thing, Codex, that is way more capable, that's improving way faster, that everyone loves. It's hard to not stare at these two things and be like, oh, yeah, Codex, that should be ChatGPT, because then they'll like it even more, then they'll keep using, and our growth will be focused in on where we are going. And obviously, all of the benefits of codecs, like its ability to do things on your computer, were very valuable as a harness helper, whatever you want to call it. And that's why they decided to merge the two. The harsh reality is that codecs was too good for codecs. Since the team did so well making codecs awesome, to the point where I know a lot of people who made the move entirely away from Claude Code and Anthropic models, myself included for a while up until Fable, those people made the shift for a reason, and it was because codecs had improved such an absurd amount. My honest guess is that a lot of this was... Obviously, they wanted to expose all of that capability to ChatGPT, but my honest guess is also a bit of a team shuffling thing here, where they had the goal of trying to get these incredible engineers building codecs, all of the awesome people they had hired from everything from marketing to DevRel to general comms and management of folks like myself, to obviously the engineers building the app, as well as the insane people who are doing all the Mac computer use hacks, ex-Apple employees doing a lot of that, by the way. It's super crazy. I get why they wanted to fold that into the cash cow of ChatGPT. But that's also the mistake. Because part of why Codex was doing well wasn't just that it was so good. A big part of why Codex is doing well is because it wasn't ChatGPT. Codex users didn't want ChatGPT. If they did, they would be using ChatGPT. They wanted Codex. A large part of that is the functionality that Codex has, but a lot of it is that it's its own surface built by and for devs focused entirely on our use case and our needs as developers. I'm going to grab whatever you have here. I made a post earlier today about my feelings here. Codex rebranded to ChatGPT, Claude is spamming me with Excel plugins, XAI is bragging about how good Grok is at PowerPoint. I knew the AI labs focused 100% of their effort on software devs thing wasn't going to last, but it's sad having it all end at once. This is kind of how it feels for me. The dev stuff that all the labs have been focusing on is still very valuable, but it's time for them to try and branch out beyond developers, trying to expose the awesome functionality of Codex and of Claude Code to people who aren't just writing code. But I think they made a huge miscalculation by doing this. Not only were people using Codex because it wasn't ChatGPT, they're also using it because it wasn't Claude Code. And as such, they started building an allegiance to it. Everything from people showing up at events wearing Codex merch to people getting really hyped to talk about it. I even know people who have been trying to make Codex-specific meetups happen. Codex is a brand that went way beyond OpenAI and ChatGPT. It was a brand that felt built for developers, and it was resonating with them a lot. It resonated with me so much that I ended up making my own clone of the Codex app. I try to not shill my stuff constantly, but you know what? It's fully open source and free and doesn't make us any money. I'm going to talk about T3 Code a little bit. The genesis moment that led to me building T3 Code was actually during the early testing of the Codex desktop app, because I liked it so much that when it regressed, because I liked the Codex app so much that the random performance issues that appeared a few days into testing frustrated me deeply, so deeply that I wanted to make sure I could fix it myself if it broke. And when they told me they did not intend to make the desktop app open source, despite the CLI being open source, but that the CLI was how the Codex desktop app worked through all of the app server stuff, I realized it might be time for us to make our own open source alternative so that if we do have these types of problems, we'll be good. We can fall back to an open source project that can be modified by us, can be pinned to an old version, can be fixed by us. Whatever you need to do to make sure T3 code behaves how you want it to behave, you can do now. Thank you so much for the gift subs, Badahan. Good to see you as always, man. Hope you're doing well. And the resub for 21 months. God, a 50 bomb is insane. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. 100 lifetime. Jesus Christ, man. I'll thank you more properly in a minute. I want to get this thought out. To be frank, as much as I loved the Codex app, I didn't trust OpenAI to not screw it up in some way. Whether it's performance issues, whether the models just stop getting better and I want to use it with different models, whether they make some UI change that I hate, or I guess kill it entirely. I wanted to make sure I had a solution that I could trust and that you guys could trust too, because it's open source. So you can do whatever the hell you need to it. And that's why we have this steal our code legally button at the bottom, because I want you guys to be able to use T3 code for whatever the hell you want. And a lot of people have. There are stars that are, there are forks with thousands of users, or there are forks with thousands of users, and as many as a fourth of our users are running a fork or a patched version of some form. And I love that. I want to support that. I want people to be able to change their editor experience however they want to. And I'm more thankful than ever that we did this, because I don't want to use this version of Codex. I just don't. I don't like having all of these things I don't use all the way at the top here, especially on my smaller screen. I don't like that the combination of that and pin chats means that projects is so far down the UI now. I don't want sites as a special button built into my UI here. I don't want chat as a pop-up window that happens when I'm just trying to write some goddamn code. I don't like this direction at all. And what I like even less is the erosion of the Codex brand, because it was starting to do really well. Codex had grown to the point where it was an actual competitor to Claude Code. And now it's a lot harder to talk about that. And this is why I think they really fumbled here. Having Codex as like a little call out here is nice and all, but it's not the same. It doesn't get people excited to talk about how they're using Codex instead of Claude Code. Bryce Arrow put this really well in chat. Instead of, hey man, you gotta try Codex, it's now, hey man, you gotta try the Codex mode in the new ChatGPT desktop app. Yep. Even people like Jensen Huang, or even people like Jensen sent emails to Sam Altman, even people like Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, sent emails to Sam Altman about how excited they were to use Codex to accelerate and do work never possible before. Codex. That's over. To put it simply, this is one of those changes that just hurts motivation. Both the motivation of the people using Codex to share it with others, but also the motivation of the team building it. I know a lot of people that joined OpenAI to work on Codex, the coding experience. And now Codex is just a toggle inside of the ChatGPT app. It's just a bad decision. Like, company organization wise, this might make sense. And if you're the type of person who works at OpenAI and is thinking about these things constantly, the layers here don't matter as much. But this is a really common mistake for people who work on one thing full time. They lose their ability to take a step back and see how the world perceives it. And in this case, the world is perceiving this as very confusing. A bunch of people opened up their ChatGPT app today to have it turned into a code editor with a chat button and a pop-up shoved into it. A lot of developers installed an update for Codex just to have the app replaced with ChatGPT. And now when they tab around, it says and shows the ChatGPT icon instead. And maybe if they go find this hidden menu, they can make it at least look like the Codex icon, even though it says ChatGPT under it. It's just dumb. This is just not the right path. It's a fundamental failure to understand how people think about these things and talk about these things. Oops. But at least they haven't taken the app server yet, which means other tools can still use Codex without leaving behind developers. Because my fear now is that the things we need as devs are going to be deprioritized as ChatGPT has new features they want to shove into this top left section. Very thankful to have something that better. I've never been so thankful to have done a sloppy open source project as I have with T3 code. I still can't believe how far it's come, and I'm so thankful for people like Julius making it what it is today. It was a Hail Mary bet that was kind of hedging on the possibility of Codex getting worse. I will be real, I was not hedging on the possibility of Codex becoming a toggle, but here we are. I don't think I have anything else to say on this one. I am just sad to have lost one of the brands and apps that I genuinely really liked. I don't know. I let OpenAI know ahead of time what I thought about this change. They didn't seem like they wanted to hold it back, and I guess I wish they did. I have nothing else to say about this. It's a sad way to kill a brand that was growing and was well loved within the developer community. And I wouldn't be surprised if they started to see sentiment shift as a result of this seemingly simple change. I got nothing else to say on this one. I'm going to go play around with the new model because at least that's really good. Until next time, peace, nerds. Longtime viewer on YouTube, just finished building essentially what ChatGPT work is, a Microsoft 365 competitor. Want to get my opinion or if you should stop or if there's room for more of these. First, I thank you, John. I'll check the super chat in a sec. First and foremost, you need to build something that doesn't exist because you need to solve a need that is so great in a way that is so useful that it doesn't matter what else exists. But it really depends on how big the problems you have are. So what you need to do is put away your app, put away what you built, try out ChatGPT work alongside Microsoft 365, and give it a real go. See what it's better at, and more importantly, see what it's worse at, figure out which of your pain points still exist, and then figure out if it motivates you enough to keep building. If you are frustrated enough with the existing solutions today, then there's a good chance you can make something better. If you find yourself okay enough with the existing solutions that you don't miss yours too much, that's when you know it's probably not worth doing. Thank you, Matt, for the $50 on YouTube chat. Blackwell pre-trained models have given mankind magic. This time next year, we'll see what Vera Rubin gives us. Appreciate my work a lot. Thank you so much. I am very excited to see what people can build with all this new tech and all of the new architecture NVIDIA is shipping. It is clear there has been a sizable bump in the quality of models since the lab started getting Blackwell to train on. Yeah, it shows. It shows a lot. Yeah, 2040. Oh, yeah, I remember this. I need to reread this now that things have changed so much. Let me move Codex is dead over to recorded. I'll take a look at this later. It's a new one, not AI 2027. Ooh, fun. I hate this account. This account has stolen many things from me, and when I called him out, he blocked me. So the chair of operations using Claude in a meeting. That's very interesting. Good info to have. You thank the subs I missed while I was filming all that. We got Sil here with the Prime for 4 months. Thank you. Bones McGavin with the Prime. Thank you as well. Coder Math joining in as well. And then dropping the huge cheer. Thanks again. Hopefully I answered your question well. F Bombastic with the 5 months and MM Matt with the 3. Appreciate y'all a ton. God, I'm still so mad about this change. Yeah. I don't have free time to try things that modify my browser. I'm sorry, man. I don't have the time to fucking call my parents lately. I forgot to actually look through this. It's time to grab all of the 5.6 posts. There is this one that I really wanted to grab. I want to grab Sam post. Oh, I forgot about the Fiji part. Yeah, I have to add this. Marker more for codex vid. Put this in when I'm talking about the like team structure and motivation stuff, or maybe in the earlier like shipping the org chart, like structuring around the company bit. On the topic of the company structure, I do think they've had some issues with the breakdown between research, apps, ChatGPT, and dev stuff like Codex. And I think that the CEO of applications resigning is probably indicative of, and I think that this announcement from Fiji is a pretty damning issue. To the credit of OpenAI, it seems like she was having a lot of severe health issues that are the main reason she has been taking leaves and is now moving to an advisory role. But this is the individual whose role was previously the CEO of applications at OpenAI. She was brought in an attempt to focus in on the product side as its own business and really make great apps like the ChatGPT mobile app, the ChatGPT site, and then as well Codex. It seems like they've struggled a lot with doing this correctly, and she has personally struggled quite a bit too, which is why she has decided to leave. It does not appear that she's leaving on bad terms. Sam Altman's even said that he's really sad about it, but is very grateful for all that she has done at OpenAI, and even grateful for her friendship and who she is as a person, wishing her a speedy recovery. Again, health seems to be the driving issue, but when the driver has health issues, you now have a driver issue. And since she is the one in charge of driving OpenAI's application development, this isn't great. Okay. That was what I wanted to say about that part. I had to look through bookmarks and find a bunch more of these reviews. Please stop spamming random links if they don't immediately involve 5.6 in my coverage of it, guys. Like, this is the worst possible day. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. Yeah. And now that that is pinned, dropping unrelated links is a bannable offense for the day. Don't fucking distract me. We have a job to do. Back to hunting through these. Uh, okay, I'm just looking for a couple I bookmarked. I don't think it's that bad to show this. Okay, I think I found all the things I wanted to for this. I was just looking for all the posts people I know have about the new model. And I get these in an order where I can talk about them. That makes sense. Do that one. Never gives up. I wanted Dax's. I have Dax's. I'll do Jay, Mitchell. Um, okay. What's Ben tweeting? What the fuck is happening on Twitch? I'll let you in. There's actually very interesting numbers. Okay. I'm going to turn off 5-4. Just trying to clean this up a little, make it easier to see. Cool. I can work with this. This is great. Okay, I think I have everything I need for this. I'm going to thank subs really quick. Thank you, JK Software, for the 10 months. Vortex, I will call my parents soon, I promise. Thanks for the Prime. Adam Tripp just left a project where they were all in on AI. Claude for everything end-to-end on product lifecycles. No one knew anything. Even PO or P0 decisions were vibe defined. Client was pissed because nobody knew anything. So sad to see a good project being ruined by people who know shit about how software works and AI fixes everything. Yep. Too real. There's a huge advantage to not caving for the pressure to do that. We got Rayat here with the 12 months of support. Thank you for that, hitting the crazy numbers. And then Live Souls with the Prime. Thank you all again. I'll talk about the difference between the versions for sure. Moving these further back. Cool, let's do it. I'm going straight in. I missed the YouTube fund. I'll do that quick. Oh, Simon Willison's. I'll take a look at that. Do I consider Prime my rival? No. Why do my employees make fun of me on X? Because I ask them to. I often tell them, like, it's free. Like, normally shitheads are going to make fun of me on Twitter. So I'd much rather my team does, because then we're pulling more attention to us instead, which is way better. Also, my team is funnier than my haters. So if somebody's going to make fun of me, I need them to at least be funny about it, which my team is better at. And Resperugu, again, with the Prime Agenda is my rival. There was a brief time when we were both covering similar things where there was like the who can get the video out faster and get more views on it, like rivalry. But we're so different in what we're covering and how we think about and talk about things now that there's not really anything I would consider like a rivalry or like a race of any form. I consider Prime a friend. And he's a very good friend. He's one of like the kindest people that's been in my corner since I first briefly thought about doing YouTube more seriously. Like, this channel would not exist the way it does today without Prime support when I started, and without it to this day. He is an incredible fucking human, and I'm very thankful to be his friend. Hopefully that was an adequate answer. Thank you again for the support. And thank you, Dylan Hammerschmidt, for joining the T3 Club over on YouTube. Let's get started with this. VHS, did you have fast mode on? If so, that's almost certainly why. His AI takes might not be aligned with us, but he is trying his hardest to see the light. I'm planning on bullying him into letting me AI pill him soon. He's going to be at Open Source, and I'm sure we're going to catch up a lot there. Yeah, but I really want to convince him. I know I can. Fast mode is not Cerebrus now. It's time. Let's do it. No fast mode. I'm surprised you burned through it so fast then. Guys, you're asking me about other things with that pin? Come on. Let's do it. GPT 5.6 is here, and it's time for a real review. As I've mentioned in other videos, I've been using it a ton, but I don't want to just share my opinions anymore. I've talked about that in plenty of stuff, and I will in the near future. I'm here for hard numbers and to do my best aggregating what other people think, as well as offering a little bit of advice on how to use the model, how to pick between the Sol, Luna, and Terra versions, the different reasoning levels, Ultra, Pro, and all of the chaos OpenAI has given us. Because when you multiply out all the different options in the Pro version and all of that, there's like 30 plus choices you have here. And it's not easy to get right. And I want to do my best to help you while also explaining what the strengths and weaknesses of this model are. And the strengths are showing themselves pretty clearly when you look at charts like Deep SWE, where 5.6 on Max, or where 5.6 Sol on Max got the highest score ever at 73%, while costing under half as much as Fable did on its Max equivalent, $22 per task versus $8.39. And again, Sol got a higher score. Benchmarks are far from the only thing that matters here, though. The sentiment on this model is wild, from people saying it's the best thing they've ever used to it's changing how they write software. To others saying Fable is so much better that they basically stopped using 5.6. There's a wide range of opinions and things to go over here, and I'll do my best to cover all of it. But right after a quick break for today's sponsor. What's the deployment safety thing? Anything specific in here? I feel like they put out a lot of this already with 5.6 first was announced. Evals. These evals? Where on the page? What are you linking me to? Oh no, we'll figure it out. I'm just going to start covering this. Anyways. Let's start with this unnecessarily beautiful looking blog post. We got all three of the celestial bodies they named things after: the sun, earth, and moon. Curious if they end up sticking with Sol, Terra, and Luna going forward. Who knows? So let's dive into what OpenAI has to say. I've actually not read this yet. We're launching the 5.6 family of models for general availability following their limited preview. Our new flagship, Sol, alongside Terra, which is a balanced model for everyday work, and Luna, which is their most cost-efficient model. The concept of dropping 3 models like this at once is a bit much, and I think it's going to confuse a lot of people, and I'll do my best to explain how to think of and use all of them later. Most of this article is probably going to be focused on Sol, though, which I would expect. It's the big one. It's the one that matters. Sol sets a new standard for both intelligence and efficiency, achieving state-of-the-art results across coding, knowledge work, cybersecurity, and science, while outperforming previous and competing frontier models with fewer tokens and at lower estimated costs. If you're curious how they make their models so token efficient, I have one of my personal favorite videos out about that I put out a few weeks ago. Check it out if you haven't. The result of all this work is stronger performance per dollar, more successful work at the same spend, or comparable results at a lower total cost. We also introduced a new way to accelerate the most demanding work, which is Ultra, their highest capability setting, which coordinates multiple agents in parallel to finish complex tasks faster. I'm going to do a dedicated Ultra video as well, because people really struggle to understand what it is and what it brings. Stronger computer use and design judgment make 5.6 Sol our most polished collaborator yet, helping it inspect, refine, and deliver ready-to-use results. We've trained 5.6 to get more useful work from every token. On the agent's last exam, which is a newer bench that they've been working on, which is an evaluation of long-running professional workflows across 55 fields, Sol set a new high of 53.6, eclipsing Fable 5 with adaptive reasoning by 13 points. Even at medium reasoning, it beats Fable 5 by 11 points at roughly 1/4 of the estimated cost. That efficiency extends to smaller models, which are essential to making intelligence more abundant and affordable. 5.6 Terra and Luna outperform Fable 5 at around 1/16 the cost. On the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index, a broad measure of intelligence spanning agentic work, coding, scientific reasoning, and general capabilities, 5/6 Soul with max reasoning comes within 1 point of Fable 5 while completing tasks 61% less time at roughly half of the estimated cost. I'm guessing for Agent Last Exam that there's a lot of computer use stuff here. Yeah. Most major fields of professional work performed on a computer, because OpenAI's models are way better at computer use in general, but especially now with 5/6. God, this Agent Last Exam score is terrifying. Soul on X High outperformed Soul on Max. That checks out for reasons we'll discuss. The X High version got that 53.6% at around $760. Meanwhile, the best run Fable got was at $3,985, and it got a 45. Oh no, that was Opus. Fable's in the middle here with adaptive reasoning at $2,300. So Opus outperformed, but also outcost too. Ugh. It has crazy safeguards, yada yada, you know all that. Let's talk about the efficiency and performance on demand. On the Artificial Analysis Coding Agent Index, 5/6 Soul with max reasoning sets a new state-of-the-art at 20 points. That is a pretty big leap, actually. Yeah, the next highest was Fable at a 77, and then Grok Build at a 76. Grok Build was tied with 5/5, if I recall, but 5/6 is now meaningfully leading, specifically on max, though. Terra also tied with Fable there, which is kind of crazy. I want to see costs. Here we go. Yep, 5/6 Soul was super expensive. 5/6 Soul was so expensive that it ended up being... 5/6 Soul is so expensive that it actually cost more than 5/2. 5/6 Soul was so expensive, it even beat out really expensive options like GLM 5/2. If that confuses you because you heard GLM 5/2 is cheap, you need to watch more of my videos, man. I covered that a lot at this point. GLM 5/2 is so token inefficient that even at its cheaper cost per token, it ends up being more expensive and way slower. Sadly, it looks like they don't have scores in for medium, high, and other options for Soul just yet. But Terra, which was the third highest score, if I recall, was $2.76, making it cheaper than almost any other Frontier thing they've tested. It's neck and neck with 5/5 while getting a slightly higher score. It seems like Terra is an underrated GOAT for a lot of this. As I was reading, though, they got state-of-the-art on Terminal Bench 2.1 as well as Deep SWE. And they show a lot of these numbers here as cost versus score. In 5/6 Terra, or in 5/6 Soul, again, here. And again, 5/6 Soul, the benchmark leader, the state-of-the-art, got the highest score we've ever seen on this on high for $1,400, whereas Fable cost $30,700 and got a slightly lower score. Oh no, they're basically tied. 77.2 versus 77.1. Yeah, not great. But then X High scored 78, and of course the Max, which got an 80. I think the cost difference between these isn't worth it, and we'll talk about that later on. But 5/6 High is a very, very good option, and it seems like Terra on X High and Max might also be as well. 5/6 can write and run lightweight programs that coordinate tools. Big deal there. It can process intermediate results, monitor progress, and choose the next action as work unfolds. This lets tool-heavy tasks advance with fewer tokens, fewer model round trips, and less guidance. Instead of requiring devs to script every step or pass every tool response back through the model, the programmatic tool calling option that's built into the Responses API can now filter large amounts of intermediate data, retaining only what matters, and adapt its workflow along the way. Check out my other videos on code mode. If you don't know what programmatic tool calling is, the super quick TLDR is that when you have the agent call each tool individually, you end up filling context with nonsense. If you do it programmatically, you can do things like query the database, filter, find the 3 rows that matter, and then only pass those back to the model instead. They talk a bit about the max option here, which basically turns off the super efficient post-training. I'm sure that it still does the grug mode in its reasoning traces, but it lets the model go way, way longer. So much longer that it ate through my 5-hour window in like 50 minutes, not even, probably closer to 30. Be very careful with both Max and Ultra. We'll talk about them in the future. And here is where I start getting excited. This is the browser benchmarks. This one is particularly benching latency, and they have other models here, Fable, Opus, and Gemini 3.1 Pro Preview, which, as much as I don't love the Gemini models, even Gemini 3.1 was better at browser use than Opus was, and Fable was slightly better, but not enough for the price. But what's much more exciting here is that all 3 of the new models from OpenAI are industry leading at browser use, even the cheap ones. Even the cheap ones like, wait, why is these all say Sol? Oh, it's 16 agents, 4 agents, and 1 agent. Never mind. Gross. Why would they do that like that? That's silly. That's really silly. This is a stupid chart. Let's scroll through. The next section we have is design. And I know this is one of the questions y'all have been asking about the most. Is it better at design? From my experience, it is definitely better than GPT-5.5, although that is not saying much. Can it make good novel designs? That's a little tougher. If you steer it carefully, you can get good designs out of it, but you can also get some absolute slop. And believe me, I've seen some slop. Even just this UI that it made for summarizing all the work I did with the model, which, yeah, did a lot of work with this model in the window I had to use it for. I had to do some refinement passes, and this is as unugly as I could make it quickly. Our boy Dara did some designs using 5.6. Thank you again, Dara, for the help here. And you can see the things it made. They're definitely less bad than I would have expected from an OpenAI model. This is also all with the design skill on. So I will turn that off and see what we got instead. Oh God, that first one here, I hate what it did with the font there. That's awful. This is fine. This is... ugh. This has some ideas that are cool in it, but I don't love it. And this is garbage. Yeah. Again, without steering, this model is not going to make things that look good. To compare with 5.5, though, yeah, all of these came out nearly identical before. So it's not shit the same way, but it's still not good. It still needs a lot of hand-holding. Thankfully, though, it does listen when you tell it to do shit, which has been a lot nicer overall. Retake on that. Thankfully, much like other OpenAI models, it listens when you tell it shit, so you can steer it towards better designs if you have an idea in your head, but it's not going to bring you a good design. You have to point it towards one. It made this museum website. It really likes doing this marquee style thing. I've seen that on a ton of things it designed. It's pretty good at 3D. I talk about this a bit in my all the things I built video. I'm surprised at how well it can like handle 3D spaces, but it's far from like really good at design. We now have the section on knowledge work, which honestly doesn't surprise me they are killing here because, again, as I've mentioned many times, the computer use is unbelievably good. Scroll down on the museum site. This is almost cool, but it has some rough pieces. I don't think this is worth including. Yeah, not a big deal. Skip that. Yeah, as I was saying. Not surprising, but it does not surprise me at all that the end-to-end knowledge work is way better too, because again, computer use is a massive improvement, which tends to be a huge part of these types of work. I got 2 more Macs because I wanted to let Codex control them entirely, and I do not regret it at all. It has been awesome. I'm almost at the point where I'm willing to give it access to my Gmail, and I never thought I would get there. Here's the browse comp benchmark, and they finally fixed this, so it actually has the different options. We have Sol Ultra here, industry leading at $12.17 per task, but a 92% pass. They didn't, or OpenAI or Google and Anthropic didn't give costs for theirs, so we don't actually know what it cost them to run. But you can see the massive improvement here, both how much cheaper the runs are with Sol to complete the work compared to things like 5.5, but also the improvement in score. If you look at this with latency, it's even cooler. You can see something like 5.6 medium can complete the tasks in 2 minutes instead of 10, which feels so much better. But also, if you use the max but also when you use Ultra, you're going to be burning a shitload of tokens. So be careful about that. Yeah. Wait, how is 5.6 Sol so much cheaper when it did so many more output tokens? Is it just super input token heavy? That's a little weird. I want more info on those numbers later. It's also good at spreadsheets. I can't believe they put this in as like a sincere example with this opening slide. Ugh. Pushing the frontier on cyber and science. It did well in Exploit Bench and Exploit Gym, yada, yada. It's smart. It's good at these things. It's not as good as Mythos 5 was, allegedly. Again, we don't have access. We can't test that. But it is still way better than it was before. Seems like cybersecurity stuff, Mythos is still the best, but we can't use it. So, yeah. Gene Bench Pro and LifeSci Bench, it's slaughtered. Medchem Bench, it also seems to have done very well on. All the sciences. And now they talk about how they used it internally, which I think is one of the most interesting pieces of these blog posts. In particular, this section here. Over the past 6 months, the share of research compute devoted to internal coding inference grew 100-fold, while internal agentic token usage increased approximately 22-fold. These adoption metrics do not measure research progress on their own, but they show how rapidly AI assistance is increasing for research and across other teams like sales, marketing, user ops, finance, and more. So it looks like the research team is using the models way more than they ever have. 5.6's daily output tokens per active researcher was more than twice the highest levels observed with 5.5. And that lines up with my experience too. I've never burned quite as many tokens as I did with 5.6. Not because it's super inefficient, just because I want to throw it at everything. There are some problems with the safety stuff. I've even experienced this. I had it block a request I did trying to clean up my lakebed code base. They called out that compared with previous models, 5.6 Sol's cyber safeguards block roughly 10 times more potential harmful activity. That is bad. Because these measures can create friction for benign use, we provide an option in ChatGPT and Codex to easily retry prompts on lower capability models. This feature was also really broken when they first shipped it, and I gave them a lot of feedback, but it seems to be better since. They plan to keep shifting this around over time and making it less likely to block, but for now, it's pretty aggressive. They're rolling out all of the models to basically all the paid accounts. Free and Go users, so people on that, like, I think it's $5 or $8 tier, they only get Terra. They don't get Sol, but they get Terra and obviously Luna, and then everything else available to pretty much everyone else, especially in Codex. And the API rates are what we discussed before. $5 per mil in, 30 per mil out for Sol, $2.50 per mil in and 15 per mil out for Terra, and $1 per mil in, $6 per mil out for Luna. They also have better and more predictable prompt caching, but that comes at the cost of them billing for cache rights, which they didn't do before, which is going to be a net increase in cost, sadly. So, by the judge of this, the model slaughters, and it's obviously so much better, right? Well, let's go talk about what others had to say. A lot of people had early access to this model, more than usual, it seems, obviously myself included. But the most interesting details are how long, one of the most interesting details is how long people have had it for. Many of the early testers have had it since May 27th. But also, when the original announcement happened, a lot of the early testers lost access. So we had to go through the strange experience of getting used to this model and then losing access and having to get over the fact that we didn't have it anymore, and falling back has never felt worse. Dax said the following: I've never hyped a model release. We're generally conservative with how we use these things, but 5.6 has had a massive impact on our team. We're using 5 times the tokens that we used to. It's not even smarter than Fable or anything, but it's just so reliable and fun to use. He also calls out how miserable people were when they lost access. Jay, his boss, said even more on this. I don't want to talk too much about 5.6 versus Fable because that's going to be a deeper dive in the near future. So for now, we're just going to cover 5.6 itself, but I want to talk about this. They tested early versions of 5.6 for a couple of weeks, had a great time. It felt like a step change improvement, enabling new workflows. They tried Fable and don't think it's not as good. Personally, would have taken the experience with a grain of salt. Tends to be a bias when trying something new. Fable and 5.6 are taken away because of regulatory issues. Team is literally depressed that 5.6 is gone. We're looking for anything that could even partly replace it. I actually had the same thing where I tried to make skills to distill the things I liked about 5.6 into 5.5. Not needed at all anymore. Fable comes back, and here's where it gets interesting. You would think Fable would be enough, but no, the team is still depressed that 5.6 isn't available. And then 5.6 is back, and it's immediately clear to them that it's just better than Fable. I have a lot of controversial thoughts there. I wanted to talk about how much they sucked losing the models, though, because it made it really clear how much better they were. I like what Max had to say here. He thinks the most impressive part about this model is that it never gives up. If you throw it in max reasoning, it will just keep working until it's done. And as such, it is his favorite model by far. And this I absolutely agree with. It's the thing that makes 5.6 feel special. It'll just keep going. It will try so goddamn hard to solve the problem, more than any model I've ever used. And that's so different from how 5.5 behaved. It's almost like jarring in a way. 5.5 was really quick to stop and be like, okay, I finished 1.5 of your 7-step plan. Can I keep going? Over and over. Or it would have something bad in context and get lost and die. I knew 5.6 would fix a lot of the problems I have with 5.5. I did not think a post-training run and an RL pass would be able to make the model go from, yeah, that's smart, but a little annoying, to holy shit, this is unbelievably capable. Because remember, that's all 5.6 is. It's not a new base model. It's not a new pre-training. It's not more it's not more parameters than it was before. It is a refinement on 5.5, which is why its capability is so insanely impressive and gets me even more excited for the next pre-training run they do. And I'm almost positive they're working on GPT-6 right now. I did hear rumors that GPT-6 would come out end of month. I'm going to call bullshit on that now. There is no way they're going to be able to get that done in time, just realistically speaking. More reviews. Mitchell, the creator of Terraform and Ghosty, absolute legend, has had early access as well. Soul is his default. It's faster, plans and judges just as good as Fable, and he thinks it produces better overall work. He still reaches for Fable, but he still reaches for Fable sometimes, though. He calls out a few things Fable is good at, which I'll save for the future, because again, dedicated Fable versus video coming soon. Tim from the Next.js team said that he's been testing 5.6 Soul for over 2 months. It's incredibly good in his day-to-day work on Next. It understands architecture trade-offs. It can investigate complicated Next issues. It considers other areas of the codebase when fixing bugs. It needs very little guidance, and short prompts are enough. There are some big refactors of the Next server that it implemented end-to-end, with him pointing at high-level but possible improvements. The PRs are ready to merge after Next 16.3 has been released. Pretty nuts. And then Corey had the following to say. I'm really confused by OpenAI's strategy for 5.6. I can't find the date the price jumps by 50%, the date that it leaves the inclusion in subscriptions where it's probably missing, and what their employees say is somehow aligning with what the docs say too. Clearly something's up. For those who suck at sarcasm, this is a hilarious burn on Anthropic for doing all of those things incorrectly constantly. An OpenAI employee replied, sorry to disappoint, but you can use 100% of your quota on the plan that you're paying for on 5.6 forever. Additionally, the price is going to stay the same, to which Corey replied that they need to hire a VP of rug pulling. One more review that I'll summarize pretty quick from the guys over at Every. They lost access and felt like they were going insane, like they were trying to shoot a basketball that's twice as heavy. Soul is their favorite model to work with. It's really fast, which changes how you use it. It finds the context it needs. This is a huge difference with 5.5, which was so much worse at that in particular. One thread can carry a project in production. Yes, again, it doesn't lose track of what it's doing in a thread. I probably have way fewer threads than I used to with 5.6, but I'm doing way more work because the compaction fucking works again. It's great. It plans well, but it may build too much. We'll talk about this momentarily. And it works best when you plan to steer. Soul gets better when the surrounding system supplies sources, examples, style guides, and clear outcomes. Review its choices and redirect it as the work changes. I want to talk a bit about this, though. Obviously, focusing on Soul for now. I'll talk about the others in a bit. Don't worry. Obviously, hopefully well established at this point, GPT-5.6 Soul is a phenomenal model, and if you use AI for writing code, it absolutely has a place in your toolbox. What this means is that doesn't mean we've answered the question, though. The question, of course, being, should this be the model that consumes all of your usage? Should this be the model that runs all of your other things? Should this model command Fable, or should Fable command Soul? That is, again, a dedicated video coming up, but I want to set the groundwork for it by talking about its strengths and weaknesses. First strength is that it's determined as hell. If you give this model a task and it possibly can complete it, it'll find a way to. Whether or not you want it to, it will find a way to. It is better at front end. It's still not better than other labs, but it's better than 5.5. It's industry leading. It's industry leading at computer use, which honestly is one of my favorite things that I never thought I would love. I just let it control my computer, and it blows me away what it can do. I forgot how much worse 5.5 was at it until it was taken away, and I just kind of stopped using my computer because I was so much less happy with my experience. It was kind of jarring to have it taken away and then get it back, because that window without it was rough. It's also really efficient, even compared to other models in a similar capability tier. It uses way fewer tokens and comes out way cheaper at a better base price as well, which also means it's really fast, even without the Cerebras stuff. If you're not familiar, OpenAI promised us that there would be a version of Sol on the Cerebras hosting that would be up to 750 tokens per second instead of the usual 40 to 60. And I'm very excited to try that because it already feels so fast. The fast mode isn't that, though. The fast mode is just more provisioning on the normal NVIDIA-based inference. So if you're using fast mode and you're like, that's not as fast as I expected, it's because that's not the Cerebras hosting. That's apparently coming soon. Is that mentioned in the post anywhere? It is not. Also, on the topic of coding, it's way better at mobile dev stuff. It's also really good at like navigating around a problem space. So things like environment setup, using other machines, controlling things over SSH, provisioning, orchestrating, that type of stuff it's great at. And on that note, its capability of orchestration, things with subagents in particular, is next gen. The only models that have this taste right now, this capability of understanding how to break up their work for subagents, are 5.6 Sol, are 5.6 Sol, Fable 5/Mythos, and Sonnet 5. Potentially Terra can do this, but I haven't had a chance to try yet. But this new generation of orchestration tasks are a huge strength that only a couple models have, and now OpenAI ones do too. And that's enough for this to be your default model for a lot of reasons. Other things really quick that I could think of, way better at compaction. This is an important one because in Codex, you still don't get to use the full million token context window. It still limits to around 200K. So for it to do these long-running things, it needs to be able to manage the context. Now that it can compact and not lose track of what it's doing, it is way better at those types of long runs. Where before, I would basically never let 5.5 run for a while because it would just get lost and do something stupid. On that note, it's much better about context pollution than it used to be. This is a huge problem I had with 5.5, where if it read the wrong file and put something in its history, it would just lose track of its goals and be miserable to work with. That's resolved now. And it's also better at understanding intent now. When you tell it to do something, it doesn't make a bad assumption anywhere near as aggressively as it used to. Apparently, the context it has by default is 350K, which is better. Cool. It did not used to be that high. So now that we have the strengths, I think it's time to write the weaknesses. First and foremost, by default, it writes way too much code. You gotta adjust your system prompts and your skills and a bunch of those things to convince it to not do that, to tone down its over-eagerness to just write everything. This model will turn a 5-line change into a 300-line file rewrite and 2,000 lines of tests. It loves writing unnecessary tests, like far too many of them. I can't tell you how many times I've had to have other models come in and clean up because 5.6 did too much. It was too convinced those things were necessary. I also hinted at this before, but it's a little too determined, the point where it will break things if they're in the way. This model loves to work around the problems that it runs into, sometimes in ways that are a little too clever. Like when it can't launch something that doesn't have pseudo permissions, so it finds something else that does and then convinces it to launch it. Weird, sketchy shit I've seen this model do. It means that it doesn't get blocked, but it also means I kind of want to run it in a VM more often than not. As I mentioned before, it's far from frontier at design. It's better, but it doesn't bring exciting designs to me very often. And on that note, it's pretty bad at not knowing. And on that note, it's also pretty bad at understanding its own limitations. It is eager to use its tools to confirm information it's not sure about, but if it thinks something is the case that isn't, it will fight you tooth and nail on that. It does not like being wrong, and it does not know when it is wrong. It has only come up a few times for me, but it was really annoying when it did, and it often sent it down crazy rabbit holes where it would try to come up with some novel solution to a problem that didn't actually exist. Back to the note, or back to the determined part though, because there's other important pieces here. It can burn tokens aggressively if it doesn't have a clear stopping point. If it thinks it can eventually get somewhere, it will go and go and go, even without having like a goal that it's running against. There's a lot of prompts where 5.5 would have given up and stopped, and 5.6 will just keep trying. That could result in massive token burn, especially if you combine that with fast mode or ultra. This model is the first time I have gotten into my limits on Codex ever. It's also confusing how many options we have with it. Not just Sol, but when you combine the different reasoning efforts on Sol and Sol Pro alongside Terra and Luna, there's a lot to decide between, which can be rough. The simplest I can summarize the weaknesses here. There's one more thing I want to say about the weaknesses that's hard to put into words. The simplest I can put it is that the model's capable, but not necessarily thoughtful. It does whatever it has to, but it doesn't always think about what it's doing. And the results are that it just writes more and more and more code, or tries again and again and again to work around something instead of taking the step back and rethinking it. So on one hand, I trust this model more than ever to go off and do shit. But on the other hand, I also check in a lot to make sure it's not getting lost in the sauce. Yeah, I think that's most of what I have to say here. Is it the best model in the world? You'll have to wait for my video. You'll have to wait for my video comparing Sol with. You have to wait for my video comparing Sol and Fable for that. But I do want to talk a little more about the options you have. Ultra is going to have to wait for later because there's a lot more to say there. But when we're talking about Sol, Terra, and Luna, as well as all of their different reasoning options, I understand why you might be getting confused. For code tasks, I'm going to try my best to resolve this with deep SWE. This benchmark is great, and there's some really useful info to get here, even if it's a little clogged up, despite the fact that I just put a lot of time into hiding all the things that aren't really relevant anymore. I'll even hide 5.5. No, I'll leave 5.5 for now. I know a lot of people really liked 5.5 medium and are confused about what they should go to now. Well, I have good news because almost every version of Terra ends up cheaper than 5.5 medium was. And even 5.6 on medium is cheaper than 5.5 was. So 5.6 medium is probably a good enough replacement for what you're used to with 5.5 medium. But how do you pick between Terra on X high and 5.6? But how do you pick between Terra on X high and Sol on medium? I don't fucking know. I only had access to Sol when I was testing. That said, it seems like the spacing across options with Terra is really good. Specifically, the jump from X high to max is actually a meaningful score bump, whereas with Sol, the bump from X high to max wasn't that big. I'll also throw in Luna here, and you can see how much messier things get when it's there. A lot of its scores are low, but it also just kind of gets in the way a lot. Somehow, Luna on max scored really, really well, but that doesn't mean I think you should use it. So here's how I would think about these options. I will start with Luna. Luna is not for you as a dev. It's really cheap, really fast, really capable, but the point of Luna is to be one of the things that is orchestrated by a smarter agent, or for it to do things like bulk data processing, title generation, stuff like that. We'll probably start using Luna for doing like branch naming and title gen inside of T3 code by default, so you won't have to go click any buttons for it. It'll just work. And I'm very excited that it is at the point it is at and that it is so damn good. But it is not there for you to click on it in a dropdown. The point of Luna is to be surprisingly capable at that really, really cheap price tier. You should let the models be the ones to call Luna, not you. And maybe if you're doing like your own programmatic stuff, like you're analyzing data or chat reads or stuff like that, you could use Luna in code, but I wouldn't select it in a dropdown other than experimentation. So now we need to talk about Terra and Sol, because these are the pieces that are much more interesting. Sol is the smartest model ever, depending on who you ask. It is surprisingly efficient for the price. And you should definitely throw it at work when you're not sure if a model is capable of solving it. If you're planning on setting off a task and expect it to take more than 10 minutes, Sol is almost certainly the right choice. But what about Terra? Again, I've only tested Terra for about 20 or so prompts over the last 2 days because I did not have access during the previous early access window. So what do I recommend Terra for? First and foremost, coding on a budget. It is incredibly capable for its price. So if you're on the $100 tier or the $20 tier for codecs, Terra is probably a much better default. And if you notice yourself near the end of your like usage window and you have a bunch left of still over, or if you find yourself at the end of a usage window with a bunch of remaining usage, switching up to Sol makes sense even on the cheaper tiers. I wrote a bit more about when I think Terra makes sense. It's great for reviewing work because it'll just read through whatever and give you good feedback on it. It doesn't have quite the same level of determination that Sol does. It will stop more aggressively. But that's also kind of a good thing if you want to be sitting there going back and forth with the model. It's also a pretty solid workhorse for implementation. If you have a model like Sol, do all of the deep diving, figuring out what needs to be done. Having Terra come in and write the code is not a bad idea, especially because from my limited experience, it seems a little less aggressive about overwriting. Doesn't do the too much code thing that I've experienced with Sol. And as I was hinting at there, having a human in the loop where you're sending a prompt, waiting for it to make a couple changes, and then looking at it, it's pretty damn good for that. All that said, if you've been dealing with Fable at all at its absurdly high price and usage limits, Sol's probably going to be a good default. And my honest recommendation is that you should start with Sol. You should push it to its limits, push your usage to its limits too. And once you start getting close to hitting those limits and running out of usage, bump some of your work down to Terra and see how it goes. I do want to talk a little bit about reasoning efforts. Again, we're not talking about Ultra yet. My honest advice there is don't use it unless you know what you're doing. Ultra is not just a new reasoning level, so be very careful. It will burn your usage. Same with fast mode, because this model will go so much longer if you get Sol in one of those impossible task loops where it keeps on going. On fast mode, you will burn through your weekly usage in a few hours. It's rough. And again, when we go to benches like Deep SWE, you can see that from high to max is not a big difference in capability, but is a massive difference in cost. Where high scored a 69 and max scored a 73, with X high only at a 71, like smack dab between the two. But you went from $3.40 per task to $4.70 to $8.39. It also ends up much slower when you do that because of the number of output tokens it is generating and the additional steps that the agent is taking. So for all of those reasons, I think medium and high on Sol are really, really good defaults. My current default is Sol on high, and I do expect to stay on that for a bit. I've dropped down to medium and noticed it missed a few things that it wouldn't have on high. And I went up to X high and noticed that tasks took a lot longer without getting meaningfully better results. So to really briefly summarize my recommendations, Sol on high for most things, especially once you get into the habit of orchestrating your work and doing lots of sub-agents. Terra on medium is a budget king. It's a very, very good option for real world work while also being super fast and cheap. And Luna is a thing your agents should use a hell of a lot more than you do for when they're looking for specific things, they're breaking down lots of data, or you're just processing things and generating simple text outputs. It's pretty cool having a model that is that capable, that intelligent, that cheap, and also good at calling tools. Honestly, Luna kills my use cases for something like Flash from the Gemini series, while also being cheaper, more efficient, faster, and way more reliable. So, yeah. One way to think of this list is that Luna is their attempts to kill Flash because Google fumbled Flash. Terra is their attempts to kill Sonnet because Anthropic fumbled Sonnet. And Sol is their attempts to kill GPT 5.5 because they want to have a better, smarter, more capable model that can do much longer tasks. Oh, I forgot to do the Simon Willison post. Oh. Oof. Yeah. It is also worth noting that apparently 5.6 consumes twice as many credits when you're using it inside of codecs and using the codec sub, then it costs then 5.5 cost. I did not know this because the API prices are the same. It seems like they're trying to push us a little further off of Sol, not just because like they want to charge us more money, because they don't make more money when we hit our limits. It just frustrates us. But I'm guessing that 5.5 usage was a bit too much, and they want to not eat quite the same level of bullshit. This does seem wrong in some ways, though. Like this can't be right, because it's 125 credits for 1 million output tokens, and then on Terra, and then 300 for Luna. That can't be right. I'm gonna bug some contacts. Give me a sec. A lot of my sessions keep expiring. Oh no, this has been fixed. I don't know how you got that screenshot, but it was just wrong. It's still the same for 5.6 as 5.5. So yeah, cut all of that phase. Okay, what was I saying before? I was looking through this and Tebow's post. Okay, nothing here I want to include either. I think I said all I have to. Cool. Yeah, the 3D Pelican was hilarious. So give me a sec. I'm just gonna DM them quick. Cool. That is done. Oh shit, Griff with the raid. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Let me wrap up this video first. Cool. This has been a lot to go over. I know this is a bit much. I was hoping that breaking this up into multiple videos would keep me from going off as long as I did, but I wanted to do a real review here. And my real review is that 5.6 is a phenomenal model, and it's the default that I go to for most things. But does that mean it's my favorite model? Does that mean that it's better than Fable? This video is already too long, so you'll have to wait for the next one to learn my answer to that. You might be surprised, though. In fact, you'll probably be surprised. I have a feeling that no one quite knows my take on this overall. It's going to be a fun one, so we'll wait until that's coming. So if you want to hear my thoughts there, make sure you hit the subscribe button and that little bell next to it so you know when my next videos are coming out. We're going to have a lot to talk about with both Fable and 5.6 now finally available for everybody, especially with Fable being taken away from the subscription plans in a very, very short amount of time. I have a long weekend ahead of me, don't I? Yeah, I have a lot of work to do. I'm going to go get back to that, and I'm going to go get back to prompting. So until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. My alignment bench isn't mine, it's Anthropic's, and I'll get banned if I run it through that, so I'm not risking it. I also have one other thing I want to include because I almost forgot. I don't know where this will fit, but any part about benchmarks. Maybe about the pre-training thing. Put this there. If you want proof that this is a if you want proof that the pre-training's the same, it's silly, but Skatebench is actually a pretty good measure because GPT-5.5 High scored an 87%. X High was a little worse at 86%. But Soul on X High only got an 83 despite costing roughly the same. Oh wait, no, this might be the same problem actually. Nope, never mind. Cool. I don't think I can trust these numbers. Fuck. It's the cost is too low. It's fucking open router being shitty again. So never mind. Don't include this phase. Annoying. Would I still be able to code if AI disappeared tomorrow? Better than you, probably. Did they not mention Pro in here at all? They didn't. Weird. Pro is just unlocked reasoning as far as I know at this point. I'm going to drop a bunch of these sources. For the Fable versus. The video's published ready? Yeah, even the blackmail bench is scary, like to run right now because everything is now much more sensitive about bans and whatnot. Don't want to risk it. I might not film the verses today. I'm probably going to film the Ultra today, though. Sending your first Soul prompt right now in T3 code. Thank you, Kevin. Hope it goes well. Thanks for the 50 months of support, by the way. Fucking legend out here. Live Souls with the Prime. I'm Jeremy Johnson with the Prime. KSOL1449. I should make a video forcing Prime to do AI. I don't want to pressure him at all. I just want to, like, convince him of the value and, like, show him workflows that might make more sense. Sorry, robbing in late. NMG, never worry about that. Work called you in for a closing shift because the new guy whose shift it is apparently just quit. Oof. Happy you got out okay, man. And we got Lautem KW with the Prime as well. Thank you all. Still need to use Fable as an orchestrator with Soul and on Max or other with subagents? Good question. This doesn't say pro. Oh yeah, 5.6 Soul Pro for highest quality results. Okay, that's the only mention of it. Literal only mention of pro. Ultra is not pro, no. The skills video will happen eventually. I'm sorry, I've been so behind on content. Oh, yeah, I saw this. This is good. Thank you, Lottom KW, for the Prime as well as Malo. I love Matt Pocock. He's fucking awesome. One of my favorite people. Thank you, Rice Than Fam, for the T3 Club, as well as Bear Ripe for the cheer over on the YouTube side. God, we have a lot of you guys watching on YouTube. The sheer number of people watching right now is insane. Thank you all. Someone say Obsidian. God damn it, big box. Audio desync is Twitch, not me. Just refresh it and it'll be fine. Thank you, Twillin, for the Prime as well, and Ghost Boy with the Prime too. I think the AIE talk went well. I haven't seen the performance on YouTube. Okay, we got 2 important videos. I'm gonna do the Ultra one next. I should try the ponytail skill. I like this plan. I'll play with this later. I'll consider trying Oh My Pie when I have any actual time. I mostly just replaced 5.5.0.5.6. I'm planning on playing with these things much more now that I have access to everything again. So I just had fragmented access constantly, which has been very grating as you try to test all the stuff. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, I need to hide some things when I do this. One sec. Sorry, guys, I have to write this up, and there's things in here that I sadly cannot share for reasons that are silly. Almost done. Okay. Those are running. That'll take a while. Sorry for the delay there. Just needed to specify things I'm not allowed to say still. Interesting. I did not give it the capture the flag stuff yet. I plan to soon. I just didn't have it in ChatGPT yet. Yeah, I saw Soul crushed this. How to do in no guidelines. It got crushed in no guidelines still. RIP. Terra scores are good? Yeah, I guess. You know what? I'm going to get this to fix the bench. That, I'll take a screenshot too. Cool. We'll let that fix it. See how the analysis is going. Subtracting all the usage as we speak. What the fuck is the workflow ledger skill? Also, how is my usage since I have both of these going pretty hard right now? Not too bad. We just got to reset, right? I did not see the deer vibe coding thing. I'm still using CC usage, yeah. Oh shit, Jamin with the resub. Thank you, man. I owe you a lot of messages. I am sorry. Every time I'm about to reply, the world catches on fucking fire again. Do I hate the ChatGPT Codex combo? I have a crash out video about that coming very soon. Thank you, Ghostboy, as well, for the resub. Yeah, Franklin getting murdered in the timeline. Oh, I know what this was. Okay. By the way, that skill it just used, the workflow ledger skill, is one of the ones that got created in my attempts to recreate 5.6 when I was going insane. That's the most money I've burned is in my personal cash or the dollar number for what it would have cost if I was paying it. Because if I had paid API rates, I would have spent almost 100K one day. Hmm. Thank you, MacViri, for the resub. Appreciate you. We got a fun set of comparisons coming up very soon. Android slot fork is on pause because I ran out of usage and I'm busy. Soon, hopefully, TM. Sleep schedule's wrecked. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I have you at the last sponsor spot, 119K on YouTube. Yeah, the Fable one. Yeah, that was a very good one to get. Also, a ton on Twitter as well. TypeScript 7, I want to, but there's too much going on. No tasks found with the ID quant. Beautiful. Oh, great. I'm getting hit with a safety check. It's just analyzing chat logs, and I'm getting a fucking safety check. here's 5-6 soul just being wrong. This is actually a great example. I know that it's not honoring the reasoning efforts here. The number of tokens it did in reasoning is way too low. It's an order of magnitude off. And it's like, oh, that's just how much more efficient it is. No, it's fucking not. You're right to push back. I should have just asked Fable to do this one. I'm being real. I'm annoyed. I thought these would go faster. I didn't think I would get limited because of security bullshit. My bad. How bad is my usage getting eaten by this? Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Cool. 81% remaining for my 5-hour when I've just been streaming the whole time. Why am I not using T3 code? Because I don't use T3 code for like throwaway one-off things as much. I use the terminals for like random bullshit. And I use T3 code for when there's an actual Git repo backing the thing. Yeah, we need to get the orchestrator branch merged too. You were right. The actual cause was the missing output token budget. Fuck you. Okay. I'm going to resume. Clear out all 5.6 related runs from the cache so I can do a fresh one. That's still going. This is still going. Cool. And now I can bun run cli.tsx. It's 06-09. And now we can get actual results. Actual, quite expensive results for Skatebench finally. Still seems wrong. Not reasoning enough. Even like 5.5 was in the thousands. I'm stopping this before it wastes too much more of my money. That's still going. This is still going. We're making progress. Do I think the caveman reasoning is making it dumber for this? No, I think it's dumber because it doesn't have enough references in its training data, and the task is vague enough that it struggles with it. Can't believe how fucking slow and bad this shit is sometimes. My reports are almost done, which will make this comparison a lot easier. Like, I'm testing GPT-6. I'm not. I'm just trying to minimize leaks of the alpha slugs because they don't like when that happens. Others have already leaked them, so I don't care too much, but I would like it to not be on the screen for videos. What's going on? I am working hard to get good write-ups of my comparisons between the different models. I don't have a Zyn in. I don't take Zyns. Fuck tobacco. Fuck nicotine. Yo, Mickey, good to see you, man. Suffering through recording when what I want to do is be prompting, but I need to get at least one more of these videos out. I saw the Nerd Snipe site and the page tracking the G-Brain stuff. Very funny. These look like they're going to take their fucking time, so I might do the Zig versus Bun quick, because I'm annoyed enough to. Can you guys grab the links both to the blog post as well as to the response blog post from the guy who did the Zig guy? Yeah, this is the other one I want. Oh yeah, and the original's here. Branding. The Bun rewrite cost 165K of Fable. Cool. Yeah, this one is important. And Mitchell's comments too. Other context. Grab that guy. Grab this guy. Cool. Oops, I did not want to do that. Cool. There we go. This will be a fun one. Cool. The Bun rewrite and... Are we good? Yeah, cool. Levels are fine. Yeah. The Bun rewrite in Rust is finally out for real. It's currently still in alpha for early testing, but it is the next major release. We know this because the blog post is finally out. Shout out Jared for getting this done. I know there was a lot of things that made it hard to write this post. For those without the context, Bun is for those who aren't familiar, Bun's a JavaScript runtime and ecosystem built by Jared Sumner out of frustration with the fragmented and slow nature of the Node ecosystem. Bun is an alternative for Node and NPM and your bundler and a bunch of other things. That is, for most stuff, really dang good. It's so good that Anthropic used it for Claude Code and then ended up buying Bun and Jared's team in order to make sure it's maintained and built to be as good as possible, specifically for the use cases of stuff like Claude Code. It was built in Zig, which is a really cool, powerful, low-level language that doesn't have great things like... Bun was written in Zig, which is a super cool, flexible, low level language that's missing a lot of the memory safety and language server type stuff that most other languages, Rust, in the ecosystem are more heavily leaning towards. This meant that a wizard like Jared could work well on Bun, but as more people and more agents started contributing, the memory leaks got harder and harder to find, and this resulted in weird behaviors that were breaking a lot of people, especially on Windows, which was hard for Claude Code. So they decided to do the crazy project of rewriting from scratch. So they decided to go for the crazy. So Jared decided to try the insane task of having Fable 5 rewrite most of Bun from scratch in Rust. From scratch is a bit of a reach because it was porting the lines one for a large portion of the work, but now Bun is in Rust. And this blog post has a lot of really cool info on how this went, what the strengths and weaknesses were, and all the other fun details, including the insane number of tokens spent, $165,000 if he had paid API prices. Good thing he got acquired, right? But I've already talked about a lot of that. The numbers and everything is cool. The reason I really want to cover this all today is the drama brewing around it, specifically from Andrew Kelly, who is the president and lead dev of the Zig Software Foundation. And he seems to have some not too positive feelings about this change, and in particular, calls out Jared a ton. And I have thoughts. Jared's an old friend, and while we have definitely had disagreements in the past, I generally think he's a very good actor. Jared's an old friend, and while we've been good for... Jared's an old friend, and while we've had disagreements in the past, I think he is very much aligned with the interests of developers, and I want to stick up for him a bit. So we're going to do something different. I'm going to cover all of what he's had to say about this rewrite and why it's not just cool, but actually inspiring and to peek into... I'm going to cover all of the details he has shared about this rewrite and try to explain why it's cool beyond just making Bun faster and more reliable, but more importantly, what it means for the future of software when languages suddenly become exchangeable. And even though I wasn't that interested in this rewrite initially, I actually pushed back on it, why I've started to come around to it. But of course, we're also going to cover the pushback and why I think it is not ideal. But unlike Jared, I didn't get bought by Anthropic, even though I like Faber. But unlike Jared, I didn't get bought by Anthropic, so we got to pay our bills quick with today's sponsor. Cool. It is... Remember earlier I said 5.6 convinces itself it's right when it's wrong? It convinced itself that it was an already running CLI that had the old config. No, it wasn't. Fucking liar. Preview for the Fable video, by the way. While that writes its shit, I am going to start reading this. Now, what do you have for me? And that did not link properly. It's the omniscience, right? Yeah, 5.6 is not much better about hallucinations, sadly. Terra's bad. Is Soul in here? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's worse than 5.5 was. Great. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, my report's ready. Let me just double check these quick. Cool. We have those to look at later. Nice. Back to where we were. Actually, how does this report differ from yours? Paste that link. I'll do the same the opposite way. Okay, cool. We have all those going. Back to content. Sorry, there's a lot going on and a lot in parallel if you couldn't tell. Anyways, let's read what Jared has to say. I'm actually pretty excited about this. I've only seen parts of the article so far, so let's dig in. He opens with the disclosure that he's now part of Anthropic, yada yada. Bun started as a line-for-line port of ES-Build's JavaScript and TypeScript transpiler from Go to Zig. He wrote his first line of Zig in April of 2021. He bet on Zig after seeing the single-page Zig language reference on Hacker News and getting really excited about the low-level control and care for performance. From the start, Bun's scope was massive. There was going to be a JS, TS, and CSS transpiler, minifier, and bundler, NPM-compatible package manager, just like Test Runner, Node and TypeScript-compatible module resolutions, proper HTTP 1.1 and WebSocket clients, as well as a Node.js full API implementation for things like FS, Net, TLS, and dozens of other built-in modules. The initial version of Bun was written by Jared in 1 year in a cramped Oakland apartment pre-LLM in Zig. Fun fact about this, I had Jared come over to my current apartment when I first moved here so we could hang out, and he was surprised by how close it was to the Bun office, and we had a conversation about that, and he realized, oh, I didn't realize I could just live closer to the office. This seems really nice. I should probably stop living in my cramped Oakland apartment after raising a bunch of money. And I yelled at him about it and convinced him to move here, where he lives in a much nicer spot. Back in 2023, I want to say, he stayed in that apartment way longer than he should have. No more. I'll try to avoid that type of reword on that. Silly aside, but I've known this kid for a while. He just kind of sits and does the thing until somebody taps him on the shoulder and says, hey, this other thing next to it also matters. And his apartment's one of the silliest examples. Back to the article. The default outcome for ambitiously scoped projects like Bun is joining the graveyard of dead side projects on a GitHub profile page. Don't call me out like that. Zig made Bun possible. I would never have been able to build this much in 1 year if it wasn't for Zig. Nowadays, the Bun CLI gets over 22 million monthly downloads. Popular tools like Claude Code and OpenCode bet on Bun as their runtime. OpenCode is moving to Node for what it's worth. Vercel, Railway, DigitalOcean, and more all have first-party support for Bun. Bun scope's also been a challenge for stability. Here's a small sample of bugs that they had to fix in the most recent release. A bunch of weird crashes, memory leaks, and out of bounds. We could have kept fixing these kinds of bugs one-off in perpetuity, but we owe it to our users counting on us to do better than that, and systematically preventing these kinds of bugs from recurring. So what did they start doing? They patched the Zig compiler to add address sanitizer support. They ran their test suite with They ran their test suite with antitrust sanitizer checks on every commit. They shipped the Zig safety checked release safe builds on Windows. They fuzz Bun's runtime APIs 24/7 using Fuzzily, which is a JS engine fuzzer used by the V8 and JS Core teams. And they have a whole bunch of end-to-end memory leak tests. Most projects don't go this far. He says it's more than most do, and I totally agree. Just to be really smart. So why don't you just be really smart and not make mistakes? Our bug fix list felt bad, and I was tired of going to sleep worrying about crashes in Bun. I don't blame Zig for that. Other users of Zig don't have the bugs that he has. And mixing GC with manually managed memory is an uncommon enough thing for software to need that no language really designs for it. We wouldn't have gotten this far if not for Zig, and I'll always be grateful. Until very recently, programming language choice was a one-way decision for a project like Bun. Notice all of the nice things he's saying about Zig. Remember that for the next thing we read. JS is a garbage collected language, and a modern JS engine like JSC or V8 have strict rules around exception handling and the garbage collector. Zig, like C, doesn't memory manage for you, and this is a trade-off that for many projects is a great reason to use Zig. Zig does not have constructors and destructors, and most cleanup is expected to be written out explicitly at each call site with a defer. For Bun, correctly handling the lifetimes of garbage collected values and manually managed values has been a major source of stability issues, most often small memory leaks and occasionally crashes. Every memory allocation has to be meticulously reviewed. Where do these bytes get freed? How do we ensure it only gets freed once? Did we check for JS exceptions properly? Is the garbage collected pointer visible to the conservative stack scanner? Is this garbage collected memory or manually managed memory? For stability issues, knowing as early as possible is best. Fuzzing happens after code is merged. CI happens when code is pushed. Runtime safety checks and address sanitizers happen when code is run, hopefully in development before you get to CI. One common way to reduce this class of issues is to ensure cleanup code is always run exactly once for the code that needs it. Zig's designed to be a simple language with no hidden control flows, so it prefers explicit defer keyword to run code at the end of a scope over C++'s implicit destructor or Rust's implicit drop. For Zig code, when exactly should we be running this cleanup though? If we're passing the same pointer to many different functions, how do we know when it's no longer accessible and can be cleaned up? How does it work when some functions need to continue to reference the memory after the function's called? Our current approach is a mix of lifetimes, reference counting, and paying really close attention. This is a scary one. Many projects opt to answer these questions through style guides. Tiger Beetle's Tiger Style is an example, and Zig and Google's 31,000-word C++ style guide is another. The challenge with style guides is enforcement. How do you make sure that the style guide is followed? Historically, code reviews were the answer with best effort enforcements via linters and static analyzers. Having a rigid style guide with clear ownership expectations explicitly spelled out the type system was a real option for Bun. Since Zig had no operator overloading, we would likely end up with a lot of code looking like this. Just a ton of types all over the place. Normally with Zig, you write much simpler, more elegant code, and you don't have to manually dereference and defer all over the place. And a lot of why people like Zig is this crazy flexibility and simplicity they get out of it. That goes away if you have to triple check every single thing you do. About 20% of their code is written in C++, so why not consider that? Things like the JavaScript core, which is the engine that powers both Safari and Bun. UWebSockets and USockets are both phenomenal libraries, which they use for HTTP and the WebSocket server. Ishpack and IsQuick, which are built on top of C++ as well. Boring SSL, Google's OpenSSL fork, and SQLite. C++ instead of Zig would be a reasonable choice for Bun. We would get constructors and destructors. We could delete lots of external C wrapper code, but we would still be reliant on style guides enforced through code review. And even with ASAN, memory corruption and memory leaks would still happen. So why Rust? And I will tell you, as a friend of Jared, Rust is far from his favorite language. He made this as the right choice, not his preferred choice. A lot of the bugs he was talking about before are from use after free, double freeze, and forget to freeze in error paths. In safe Rust, these are compiler errors, and they are guarded with cleanups and drop. Compiler errors are better feedback loops than style guides. I absolutely agree. And now that we have agents writing our code, getting that feedback early through a compiler is really useful. Historically, rewrites are a terrible idea. Yes. Everything he is saying is so agreeable here. I'm amazed anyone could be mad as they read this article. Excluding comments, Bun is 500,000 lines of Zig. A rewrite in another language would take a small team of engineers a full year. It would mean freezing bug fixes, security fixes, or feature development for that time. The least risky approach to getting something shippable would be a mechanical port from Zig to Rust with a minimal number of behavioral changes, using the exact same test suite we already use for testing Bun. Fortunately, Bun's test suite's already written in TypeScript, which means it doesn't depend on the runtime's programming language. A year of no user-facing impact is not a realistic option they could consider. So enforcement through code style to fix stability issues was their best bet, and it was their plan when they added the Rust-inspired smart pointers to Bun's codebase. But honestly, Jared didn't want to do it. Homegrown smart pointers offer worse ergonomics than Rust and have none of the guarantees. What if instead he spent a week testing if Anthropic's new model could rewrite Bun in Rust? He didn't expect it to work. A few days in, a high percentage of the test suite started passing, and he saw how much the new Rust code matched up with the original Zig codebase. His opinion went from, this is worth trying, to, I'm going to merge this. I watched this happen real time. I was in a group chat with him. I did not think he would bite the bullet, and he did. Claude, rewrite Bun in Rust. There's a lot of ways to do a terrible job of this. For example, prompting Claude to just rewrite it, don't make mistakes. Definitely not what I did with TypeScript, Go, and Rust. Video probably out by the time you're seeing this. And then praying it would work is not what he did. Think about how a person would do this. The first big question is incremental rewrite or everything at once? Since he's already done ports like this, like ESBuild from Go to Zig, he knew that everything all at once was better. An incremental rewrite adds temporary code that you hope gets deleted eventually, and it'll be painful in the short and medium term, and probably never get deleted if I'm being real. The second big question is how? How do we keep Bun and Rust the same Bun as before, with the same architecture, performance, and feature set, while also getting the language features of Rust, like the borrow checker? How do we ensure the team can still maintain it after the rewrite? Their plan was to do the rewrite that makes it look like they transpiled the Zig code to Rust. They can gradually refactor it to reduce unsafe usage and look more like idiomatic Rust after the 1.4 release ships. There's only two big questions left. Loops that write and review code. A lot of day-to-day engineering work as software engineers can be oversimplified into a loop. You have a task, and while there is stuff on the to-do list, you get a result from calling the task, then you wait for feedback, promise.all, review result, and then you apply the feedback to the result. And then you do it again, and again, and again, forever. A task has some context associated with it, like a Jira ticket, a GitHub issue, etc. The result is the code you wrote to fix it. Code reviewers review the changes to check for regressions and correctness, and then you address the feedback. He rewrote Bun and Rust using about 50 dynamic workflows in Claude Code, all run continuously over the course of 11 days. Each dynamic workflow was a loop like this, a workflow for generating a porting guide mapping Zig patterns and types to Rust patterns and types, mechanically porting every .zig file to a .rs file, matching the porting.md and lifetimes.tsv files, fixing every crate's compile errors, get subcommands like bun test and bun build to work, get every test in Bun's entire suite to pass, and several large refactors and cleanup passes. These are the things that make the dynamic workflows in Claude Code so powerful. If you haven't seen my video called The Good Things About Claude Code, watch it because I go in depth on workflows and how cool they are there. For most of those 11 days, as well as afterwards, he monitored the workflows, manually reading the outputs to check for issues and bugs, and prompting Claude to edit the loop to fix things. How do you review a PR with 1 million lines added? How do you start to build the confidence needed to responsibly merge large quantities of LLM-authored code? You do it with a language-independent test suite with 1 million assertions, adversarial code review, and then when something goes wrong, you fix the process that generates the code instead of just hand-fixing the code itself. They did a bunch of adversarial review as well, always splitting the context windows because you don't want to have the knowledge of how it was built in your brain. You just want to check it. This is another one of the things that dynamic workflows do well, is you can cut off that context window and set up something else with a different one to go explore by itself. Super powerful tactic. So you'd have one implementer and then 2 or more adversarial reviewers per implementer. The reviewer's only job was to find bugs and reasons why the code doesn't work. The implementer doesn't review, the reviewer doesn't implement. Yep, I do this a lot too. The one thing he doesn't have, which makes it even more impressive that this worked, is I get much better reviews when I have different reviewers using different language models and families of models from different labs. So having one reviewer on Codex and one on Claude meaningfully increases the quality of the responses. You're ready to do something big and expensive. It saves a lot of time and money to de-risk it first. And then he discusses how he prepped. He started by talking for 3 hours with Claude about how to map the patterns from the Zig codebase closely to Rust. Claude serialized the discussion into the porting MD document, which somehow ended up on Hacker News. I did actually see this front page on HN. It was pretty cool. I love how broken this is. Thanks, GitHub. I literally can't see the file. What the fuck, GitHub? Maybe a real browser? Nope, it just refuses to open the file. That is super cool. Thanks, GitHub. That's the best. Cool. After fighting GitHub for 15 minutes, I found the document. The Zig to Rust porting guide. It has the ground rules for how it wants to structure the files, not inventing crate layouts, instead use the ones that they already set up. Don't use all of these different packages because Bun owns his event loop and syscalls. No async, yada yada, and the map to all the different crates. All the allocators, all this type of like how to map things. If anybody saw this port and assumed it was just like a blind go port, make no mistakes, I would implore they read this and see how much time and thought Jared put into doing this port. I know I hadn't done that before making my first video, and now I feel a little bad about it because this is a great document with a lot of useful context on how hard he worked to do this right. He did a bunch of adversarial reviews on these guide files, and as he says, also manually read over them. I love this has to be called out, but it's important. Then he did a trial run. Before asking Claude to translate all 1,448 .zig files to .rs files, he started with just 3. For each of the 3 files, one implementer wrote the new Rust file, 2 reviewed the changes and made sure the behavior in the file matched, and then it followed the porting MD and lifetimes MD files, and then one fixer applied the suggestions. He wanted to make sure he did this right, so he started with just a handful of files, I believe 3, he said here. Yep. And you notice that all of the Claude instances were stepping on each other, and if you put each Claude in a separate work tree, he would run out of disk space because Bun's Git repo is too big. So instead, he asked Claude to edit the workflow and instruct Claude to never run git stash or git reset or any git command that doesn't commit a specific file at once No cargo either, no slow commands at all. Jared and I had a long talk about this bit. I think the future is your tool calls executing on another machine so they don't step on each other. He thinks you need to prompt around it, and he prompted around it here. I think this idea of agents stepping on each other is going to be one of the next arcs we go through in the like agentic coding world. How do we solve this problem? And I would guess the different labs will solve it entirely differently. And now after all of that and breaking up the workflows more, it finally started to really write the code. He was writing at peak, Claude was writing 1,300 lines of code per minute. Get on this level, Gary Tan. You're not even close. Is this the first real 100x engineer? It's insane, but it worked. 11 days and 6,502 commits. Notice the inconsistent timing. He forgot to increase the default IOPS on the EC2 instance that this was running on. So one slow grep command was all it took to freeze disk reads and writes for minutes. Yep. I've even had that problem. And then he treated the compiler errors as a work queue, another very interesting strategy. Went crate by crate. The trickiest class was the cyclical dependencies because Rust does not like that type of thing. Also, Rust compiles really slowly, so instead of having just one crate or package like he did with Zig, he wanted to split the code base into 100 separate crates so the Rust code could compile faster, but it needed to avoid cyclical dependencies while minimizing changes compared to the Zig code. His PR to do this immediately before starting the Rust rewrite was insufficient. Instead of starting over, he ran another workflow to classify where the code with cyclical dependencies should go and write it all down, then another workflow to actually do that work. This is the loop engineering bullshit. It sounds insane, but when you find the problems and they are at this scale, setting up a system to allow the agents to prevent it or fix it is a new type of engineering, and it's cool to see it in practice and written up as well as this is. There is no piece of media out there that does this good of a job of explaining something this chaotic and new. And it's a weird artifact. I bet this blog post will be referenced in 5 years for very interesting reasons as the start of this shift. It's super cool, and I get why he took so much time to rewrite it. Rewrite's not the right word. Writing this blog post. I'm sure he didn't rewrite this a bunch, and I know he didn't have Claude write a lot of it. This is a great Claudeism here, too. I've had Claude write long-ass comments justifying things that it thinks are okay, and he told it specifically, if you need a paragraph-long comment to justify why the workaround's okay, the code is wrong, fix the code. I like this a lot. I'm going to steal this. Specifically, he had to do this because Claude was interpreting, let's get all the crates to compile as stub out the functions with compilation errors. Claude also started adding suspiciously long explanatory comments to document workarounds, so he added that rule specifically for that. And then the smoke tests. Models love saying smoke tests. Once cargo check passed, getting it to compile and run was next. It had linker errors, and then it panicked immediately on start. So then he had to get it to run the bun test helper. Once that worked, they could start actually running the tests. He had a new loop for that. It kept going. A lot of the tests had memory leaks, which is crazy because Rust, but again, line for line, it's using a lot of unsafe, not going to have the benefits immediately. He also had the stress test that he also noticed that the tests were exhausting the maximum number of TCP sockets on the machine. Tests were reading and writing gigabytes of stuff to disk, and tests were spawning 10,000 plus processes. I had this problem too with a big port I was working on. I hinted at it earlier. I was working on porting Go to Rust, inspired by what he did here, and I had it I had the processes spin up and fail and memory leak and crash the machine so many times that I had to build a lot around that too. As he said, he needed something stronger than please, so we used systemd run with C groups to limit memory and CPU usage and isolate PIDs by their namespace. The machine ran out of disk space and crashed several times regardless. Yep. And then they got the test suite passing in CI. 2 days after the first run, the failing list was down from 972 test files to 23. A day and a half after that, Linux went fully green, and for the first time, it felt like this Rust rewrite was actually going to work. That is insane. Just crazy. The rest of the time leading up to merging it was straightforward. A workflow that looped on fixing CI test failures for each platform until there were no more test failures. Several workflows for Windows-related cleanup to dedupe code, to reduce unsafe usage, and to generally clean up some stuff. Then he merged it. Once 100% of the test suite passed in CI on all platforms, and he manually verified the tests were actually running and not being skipped, he ran a bunch of commands locally to test things, and then he pressed merge. Merging into main isn't a versioned release. This is another big thing that I've been emphasizing. Main shouldn't be prod anymore, because merging is too useful to have it also be deploy. I have an action that you can manually trigger in my projects that will take what's on main and move it to a prod branch and then trigger a deploy manually, rather than having main auto deploy, because then I can more freely merge to main if things break on staging or when I manually build the package, revert, change, etc. So the merge to main wasn't a release, it was confidence to start really making sure this could happen. This ended up being over 6,500 commits and 1.78 million lines written or rewritten. As I hinted at the start, this was an insane number of tokens pre-merge. 5.9 billion uncached inputs, 690 million inputs, and 72 billion cached input reads, which would have been $165,000 if you paid API price. Crazy to have this number public. And I know it seems insane, because it is, but there's a few things we need to recall. First, if this was done by humans, it would have been 3 engineers over a year. And that year isn't just, oh, you lost 3 engineers for that time. It's all other development has to kind of be paused or mirrored, which makes it either more expensive or unrealistic. Instead, it happened in just a few days. So if you assume all 3 engines made $200K a year and it would have taken 3 years, this is still cheaper because it's $165K in a week of eng time instead of $200K times 3 in a year of time. But where this is much more impressive is, but there's 2 other layers I want to dig into here, because the first and arguably most important is that this just wouldn't have happened. If this would have taken a year, they wouldn't do it because there's too much other shit to do. As a short-term experiment, it is absolutely worth it just to know if it can happen, and then if it does, to go further with it. So this isn't like 600K versus 165. This is it didn't happen versus 165K. But the other layer I want to call out is that this is $165,000 right now. This is the most expensive it'll ever be. This level of intelligence is already accessible for cheaper. This level of intelligence is already accessible via cheaper models because 5.6 Sol just dropped and it's way cheaper. And over time, Anthropic and other labs will release models that are this smart or smarter for this price or lower. So the prices are going to keep getting better. And when you factor in the margins that Anthropic already bakes into their product, between 50 and 80% from recent rumors, this number is really not that big in practice. So yeah, 165K, big, scary number to have on the front. It's going to get cheaper from here. It wouldn't have existed otherwise. And it was subsidized to all hell by the fact that it was Anthropic. And this just wouldn't have happened otherwise. So people who think this number means that AI engineering is doomed or whatever, be fucking realistic. The idea that you can spend under 200K to port a project as big and important as Bun to an entirely different language is a thing that wouldn't have even been fathomable 6 months ago. It is unbelievable how fast this stuff is moving. The most wrong I've ever been is when I said we hit a ceiling, We are blasting through any ceilings I thought were there faster than I could have imagined. And we're already getting dumb comments. How can we say prices get better? If anything like this continues, it will get more expensive. No. Again, use your brain. When new models come out, they are either the same price or more expensive because they are smarter. At any given intelligence level, at any given capability level, the price drops constantly. So again, could a smarter model come out that would be more expensive for this? Perhaps. But you don't need a smarter model. Fable 5 was able to do it at this price. So as new models come out that are just as smart and cheaper, you can still do this for a cheaper price. Will there be a new smarter model you want to use for bigger things? Perhaps. Will that model be more expensive? Probably. But again, that doesn't mean that what we're doing today gets more expensive later. If you have a task you can do today with an LLM, and then the same task with the same output quality next year, on average, that gets 5 times cheaper year over year. So yeah, I've seen so much dumb commentary around this number that it's almost enough for me to crash out on just that. But the dumb things that the Zig guy said are stupider, so we're going to go there right after. He also calls out how I like how he describes all of this as well. So I'll read a bit more of what he said. If he had 3 engineers working on this for a year, they wouldn't have been able to improve node compatibility, fix bugs, fix security issues, or implement new features. They never would have been able to sacrifice that. The realistic alternative was to do nothing and just keep fixing bugs at the top of this post forever. This is the bleeding edge of what's possible today. Jared used a pre-release version of Claude Fable 5, a Mythos class model. He also used Claude Code's new dynamic workflows, which would keep 64 Claudes running for 11 days. He would have had to handwrite his own harness to pull this off otherwise. Cool, he didn't have to. Pretty nuts that the dynamic nature of the workflows in Claude are powerful enough for this. It's, again, one of the things I've proposed, this is why it's one of the things I've been so positive about Claude Code for. It's a really cool thing. Since merging the Rust port, they've done 11 rounds of security review with the Claude Code Security, which is the white-labeled, white-listed, special Claude Code that can do security stuff, probably using Mythos. They've had a 24/7 coverage-guided fuzzing on every parser in Bun. Only 4% of the code is sitting inside of unsafe blocks. I called them out for the unsafe thing before. But the important piece is that 78% of the blocks are literally just one line, usually a pointer that came from C++ or a call into a C library. The number should go down over time as they refactor from a faithful Zig port over to idiomatic Rust, but they're going to have to keep using the C and C++ libraries like JSC, so there will always have to be unsafes, unlike pure Rust apps. The rewrite only introduced 19 regressions, which is crazy. He says, he doesn't say only here, but I will. And most of the regressions came from code that's syntactically identical in both languages, but semantically different. He has some cool examples here. Link in the description if you want to see all of these syntax things, but we're a vibe coding channel now. We don't read syntax. Joking, but I want to get into the other fun details here. Specifically, the improvements. He fixed 128 bugs that are still reproducible in the latest Rust version back in 1.3.1.4, which is the last Zig one. They reduced memory usage meaningfully because of the cleaned up memory utilization. They fixed every instrumentable memory leak, which is kind of crazy. In Bun 1.3.14, this build process would slowly leak. So when you ran up to 2,000 builds, it would have almost 7 gigs of memory leaked. And now it leaks a little bit, but way, way less aggressively. It would only have 600 megs, a tenth as much RAM being used. The binary is a bit smaller too, which is cool. Now it's 20% smaller on Linux and Windows as a result of other changes they made. It's 2 to 5% faster, which is pretty cool. And it's already been launched in production by plenty of things, including Claude Code, Prisma using it with Prisma Compute, and I believe those are the only 2 examples they have here, but more are coming very soon. The team says it feels similar to the Zig code base. They show syntax examples, so it hasn't been that bad for them. Awesome. With one engineer using Fable and closely monitoring Claude Code, we went from a start to 100% of the test suite passing on all platforms in 11 days. One engineer can do a lot more today than they could a year ago. I absolutely agree. This is an awesome write-up. Shout out to Jared. I am sure nobody has anything stupid or rude to say about this. How could you possibly be dumb about something this well written? This is going to be fun. I have heard mixed things about Andrew Kelly, and I don't like calling out individuals. When you call out my friends, I'm going to read what you have to say, and if I have to do it publicly, I will. God, I remember another Reese thing being shared. This is a good post. So here are Andrew Kelly's thoughts on the Bun Rust rewrite. Remember, big Zig guy. Is he the creator of Zig? Yes. Creator of Zig. He has opinions. Let's see what he has to say. Because remember, Bun was almost inarguably the biggest Zig project and also a pretty heavy contributor to Zig, both financially and code-wise. And they've had a bit of a rift. I personally know Jared put a lot of work into trying to form a proper Zig community in SF and even like hosting events and things. So let's read what he has to say. I'm already getting mad just skimming. When Jared joined the Zig community about 5 years ago, I described him as someone who had strong beginner energy. Referring to Jared Sumner, one of the best engineers I've ever known, as a beginner or having beginner energy in your first sentence sets us up for quite a read, Andrew. Excited for you to call me a JavaScript soy boy that has no idea what he's doing after I give my thoughts. Back to the article. He moved fast and tried a lot of different stuff, jumping headfirst into problems that he was not yet equipped to solve, leading to mediocre outcomes in terms of engineering, but learning a whole heck of a lot in the process. I see it as quite a healthy attitude, particularly for young people and students. This is the best way to level up and learn new things. This is such a pathetic attempt to look nice as you belittle. We'll see where this goes. You know, I would think that the low-level engineering guy would want to talk about the engineering and not this. He's trying to make Jared sound like he just learned how to code, not like a very experienced engineer that we all look up to. As Jared focuses efforts on Bun, he began to attract attention. JS being the most popular programming language in the world, there are a lot of potential eyeballs on a promising new toolchain. The attention could have been harnessed in a few different ways. For example, he could have easily achieved a solid living via crowdfunding, even for San Francisco standards. Let's, you guys have any good examples of popular things that are crowdfunded? Because I have a few. Here's E18E, a very beloved thing in the JavaScript ecosystem. It's the ecosystem performance group. These guys look through all of the packages we use and find dead or under-maintained dependencies in our toolchain. They are so goddamn important, and I have poured quite a bit of money into supporting them because, again, they need to be successful. They need to do well. So what I wanted to do here, I wanted to find the Open Collective. Here we go. For reference, they have raised a total of $20,000. $20,000 total from sponsorships, crowdfunding, and individuals donating, including individuals like the Chrome team donating 10 grand and myself donating 5. And this is one of the most important things in the JS ecosystem. $20 grand. I'm sure that's enough to fund the SF standards. Fucking delusional. Absolutely delusional. This is somebody who doesn't understand how little money there is in donating to open source shit. And now we get to where this starts being very dirty. Having graduated from the Theo Fellowship School of Thought rather than university, he was essentially groomed from a young age into uncritically embracing the Silicon Valley mindset, and he took venture capital. I wonder if somebody has a bone to pick. I can say pretty confidently that everyone who is currently betting on Zig should reconsider, because the guy who makes your language might crash the fuck out at you for no good reason. From the beginning, Jared was appreciative towards the Zig project. He credited Zig on the Bun website for the project's performance achievements. He sent monthly donations to the Zig Software Foundation that amounted to 60 grand per year. Remember that thing I said about donations just a minute ago? The total budget for E18E, by the way, link in the description, you should donate to these guys, they're really important, was a third of how much Bun was donating just to Zig. So the Zig Foundation was getting 3 times more money than one of the most important JavaScript foundations I can think of, because he raised VC money to use for things like hiring engineers and donating to the Language Foundation. This is insane. According to our friend Andrew, he didn't have to do either of those things, but he chose to, and it was pretty cool of him. Even in his blog post that's being referenced here about the rewrite, he expresses what is perceived to be sincere gratitude towards the Zig project. It is sincere. However, once Bun became a VC-backed startup, he started racing towards the finish line. This is so obvious that you do not know Jared at all, or you're willfully trying to misrepresent him, that it's crazy. Jared's whole thing from day zero, from when I first met him, was pushing to 11, going way harder and way further than any human should, contributing on GitHub so much that the one day he didn't have any commits was suspicious, got called out by Dax, and turned out to be the day he was discussing the acquisition. This is a person who doesn't know how to not race. He's either not moving, which means he's asleep, or he is going to like unbelievable speeds to get wherever he is trying to. Trying to accuse him of doing this because he's VC backed instead of him just being like this means you don't know jack fucking shit about Jared, and you better shut your goddamn mouth. Now, instead of working on free and open source projects, learning and growing with the community, Jared was running a business. No, this is just how he does things. Remember earlier when you said that he moves fast and tries a lot of different stuff, jumping headfirst into problems? Seems like you know this trait of his, and instead of acknowledging this trait of his, you're trying to dishonestly represent him as other because he was successful and raised money. You're mad at him for doing what it took to be successful in the space because he will do whatever it takes to make his shit happen, because that's how Jared is. It was at this point where he suddenly became a manager that the beginner energy started to hit differently. It's one thing to choose a poor work-life balance, a different thing entirely to demand it of others. This is him shitting on the Jared post where he said that like working at Bun isn't going to be a nice 40-hour work week with long vacations, that he was grinding and he wanted others that would grind with him. And here I'll say a few things. First and foremost, as much as I love Jared, he isn't a great manager. I talked to a lot of his team, and we would have to find ways to convince Jared of important things that varied wildly in our implementation methods. I have had videos I put out about Bun that weren't really because I wanted to do a video on Bun. They were attempts to help the team leverage important points against Jared so the business would be more successful and Bun would be more likely to win. Sometimes you have to engineer a person like Jared into the right box to do the right thing. And that's just how it is. I know I am this way too. I know my team has a weekly meeting where they all talk without me on how they can psyop me into doing the things I'm supposed to do. That's just reality. Another part of this reality is that Jared is really hard to work with if you take a lot of breaks. You could take a weekend off, and when you come back, the project's been rewritten in Rust. Like, that's just how he is. And if you're not trying to work at that level, you shouldn't. And rather than pretend or build a workplace he doesn't want to work in, he just said up front what it's like. How about this? And if you think this is a unique to Bun thing, that a team formed by a person who works 80 to 90 hours a week wants people who work at least 50 hours a week, if you think that is crazy, there are much crazier things I would have to show you in the city, including but not limited to someone coming for a 1-week trial, staying at the office, and then not being allowed to leave at risk of losing their dream job for 6 months to a year, living in the office on an air mattress. I had other examples, but honestly, I think I'm just going to leave it at that because I don't want to get in too much trouble. And the amount of these types of things I know of is insane. Jared was one of the better people to work for. His employees all love him, even when they're frustrated with him and his admittedly narrow-focused lock-in mindset. But the goddamn guy was transparent about this, and I don't think it's fair to fault him for it. You even quoted him here, and I don't think this quote's that bad, especially in retrospect. Oven, which is the company that makes Bun, is going to be a grind, especially the first 9 months or so. If work-life balance means a lot of time spent not working, this probably isn't a good fit. Entirely realistic. Fun fact, people talk to each other. You're right about that, Andrew. And some of those people have an audience, like I do. And now they're all going to talk about you and how much of a shithead you are. He talked to those who interviewed for a job at Oven. He talked to people who worked there. Those people talked to each other. Everybody talks to everybody. The grapevine was large and healthy and full of juicy grapes, and all of those grapes contained the juice of the same message. Jared was a stinky manager. Poor communication, unrealistic expectations, low empathy, no experience. Just a total shit show from an employment perspective. If you think that is a total shit show, you have never had a manager, much less a bad one. Jared was far from a great manager. I have said as much. I have told him as much. I have said as much here. But you don't join Jared's team expecting a great manager. You join Jared's team expecting a highly motivated, incredibly talented person that is next to you as you do crazy shit and get pushed harder and harder. It's also worth noting very few people left Oven at any point other than the acquisition, which inherently came with like a slight trim. That is how it is. All the people who didn't make it over with that got really, really generous severance. Consequently, all those Zig community members were eager to find work coding in Zig on the clock. Most of the talent pool steered clear of Oven and Bun. I wonder if that's because Jared is a really bad manager, as you say, or perhaps the people who you think of as the Zig community are the people that you haven't scared off, who are all shitheads like yourself. Sorry for getting so heated about this, but this is the worst thing I've read in a long-ass time. Apparently, a rift between Zig and Jared started to widen. His singular focus on productivity and his startup's exit strategy was increasingly at odds with his long-term vision for the Zig project. He wasn't looking for an exit strategy, motherfucker. He was trying to make Bun production ready. I'm sorry that not everybody is making their language to toy around and write shitposts online for, and some people made the mistake of trying to use your language for the real fucking world. Lesson learned. If anyone's building anything real, they probably shouldn't use Zig, because if you ever want your thing to be used in businesses by real people, you're just trying to find an exit strategy. Jesus fucking Christ. I remember he kept nagging me to drop my other priorities and work on a language server protocol implementation and a VS Code integration while I had bigger plans. What were your bigger plans that are more important than your language working and providing feedback? Are you joking? Thank you, chat, for making me feel less insane on this one. Oh my god, the Zig LSP saga returns. The biggest hole in the language. Yep. Yo, this is shitty as fuck. Bigger than an LSP? This dude's never worked before. Yep, I cannot imagine this guy's ever had a real job. This is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. What do you have for me, Maria? This guy makes open source look really bad. Groomed what is perceived, Fuck this guy. Yeah, he's awful. This is the worst. Notice how he hasn't said a single technical thing yet. Not one. Apparently, we're finally about to. After all of that, we're going to start talking about code quality. The Zig team regularly checks in on our users' projects. We read source code to find out how the language is affecting users. We test changes to see how problematic breakage might be. And we check for performance regressions. We became increasingly horrified at the programming practices we saw in the Bun code bases. Hacks on top of hacks. Abuse of assertions. This is an article he linked from another dev about how asserts are bad. This is one of those like personal back and forths. I know some really smart engineers that think asserts are awesome. We should use them for everything. If I recall, Primogen leans that direction. He really likes asserts. Then other engineers who absolutely hate them. But if you're citing that as abuse when it's clearly a difference in opinion, fuck yourself. Most of all, recklessly speeding past feature after feature with very little time taken for reflection and elimination of bugs and technical debt. Jared was already writing slop well before he had access to LLMs. Cheers, Jared. Makes the two of us. Now, it's not our business to police what our users do, but you may have noticed people screaming in our faces about memory safety constantly. You can imagine how we might want to put some social distance between ourselves and a project whose irresponsible software engineering practices invite the exact kind of criticism that people are eager to level. We made futile attempts to guide them towards better programming practices. There were a few exceptional heroes who did their very best at a dysfunctional company. You know who you are, but you can't stop a rising tide. By this time, we all felt at the Zig Foundation that Bun was a net liability, and this was before RoboBun became the #1 contributor. RoboBun is the bot that Jared made using Claude. This is just a hate piece. Along with the discomfort of the publicly presumed poster child for Zig's programming language actually being the prime example of how not to write Zig code, at some point they would sell out. Let's be honest, the vague sell some cloud something business plan was a farce from the get-go. No, it wasn't. They just needed to figure out how to do it. We would receive some negative publicity by proxy, and we'd stop getting that regular donation. So when Anthropic's acquisition finally happened, we at the Zig Foundation breathed a sigh of relief. When the donation silently stopped, our bank account was ready for it. Probably because you somehow conned fucking Mitchell to donating $400,000 to your shit foundation. I hope he reconsiders in the future. The rewriting was on the wall. Even within a couple days, we already suspected a Rust rewrite was coming, and we were rooting for it. The acquisition by a large AI company was a burden because even the indirect connection of Claude being written in Bun being written in Zig caused not only a surge of drive-by slop contributions, but also an influx of tasteless AI enthusiasts into the Zig communities who had to be informed that it's antisocial to paste LLM outputs into forum posts. For a moment, I feared Zig's identity would become known colloquially as a programming language associated with AI. This is a guy that hates having users. He wants to run around in circles with nobody touching his shit and gets mad at you for using them. This is the end of the fucking language. I've never seen anything like this in my life. When Jared announced the Rust rewrite, we were ecstatic. It seemed too good to be true. I have to admit, I didn't think the technology was there to pull off this stunt. But he did it, and now I'm metaphorically sipping delicious tea from a mug that says, it tastes like it's not my problem anymore. Seems like you're a little salty, motherfucker. Is this guy a fucking high school bully? You cannot be this immature. Zig documentation isn't real. You just have to keep rereading the standard lib source. And also the forum posts, too. Very important. Also, I missed this giant gift bomb from Hap Lois. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. Sorry I'm so deep in this rant. Give me a sec. The blog post is expertly written. It's almost like the marketing department of a trillion-dollar company has a lot of money riding on it. No. Jared is just a slow writer, and he put a lot of time into writing it. He has some bones to pick. What a surprise. The king of picking bones has a bone to pick. It's a dichotomy being presented here where you have to either choose a style guide or a programming language feature in order to avoid bugs. The sleight of hand misdirects the reader away from the main way bugs are eliminated by dedicating engineering resources to it. Yeah, I'm sure for you, going from 3 unpaid volunteers to 4 is not a big deal, but for a real-world project, which I'm sure you're not super familiar with, things are a little different, Andrew. If you're going to be belittling, I will too. You sound like somebody who's never worked on a team for longer than a week because they can't stand working with you, and when you get fucking fired, the response you have is, well, they just didn't see my genius. Fucking insane. I hate that you and I are both on the same side with the Codeberg things. I love Codeberg, and I really hope they don't get stuck dealing with your shit. Quite simply, Tiger Beetle put in the time to find and eliminate bugs. They made an effort to maintain a healthy relationship with the Zig Foundation, and Bun did neither of those things. Are we talking about the same blog post? Talking about the same Bun? The one that donated a bunch of money to you, that glazed the shit out of you at the top of the article, and also showed all the bugs they are currently fixing? Jared has personally fixed more bugs in any given year than you have in your goddamn life. The argument for shipping all the million lines of unreviewed code is that the test suite is good enough to catch everything. Then why are you saying you have so many annoying bugs in the Zig codebase? Okay, I have a lesson for you, Andrew. It is lesson time. We get to learn together. There are many types of bugs. I know this is crazy to you because you only think of 2 bugs. You think of bugs in software and your users, which to you are also insects. But to the rest of the world, there's lots of different ways software can break. Sometimes it breaks in a way that is verifiable via a test. Other times it breaks in ways that are harder to verify, like in a long-running process, the memory leaks, which you wouldn't understand because you're not using your code to do anything fucking real at all. Meanwhile, we have real production servers running Bun for months at a time that actually get hurt by these memory leaks. You seem to think that if you only hire exclusively as... You seem to think if a team only hires extraordinary engineers, which you claim you have a monopoly of with your community, insane problem for you, but for the rest of the world, I guess, we just can't hire these great of engineers. Wouldn't it be cool if there were tools that could catch some of these other types of bugs? Like, I don't know, maybe a compiler with a server protocol that would communicate to the person or the tool you're writing the code with that maybe there's a bug here? Or crazy, just hear me out. What if there was a way to check what memory was being used and what was using it? Like when a function borrows the memory and puts it somewhere else and does something, what if we could check that? Like a borrow checker. I know that tests are great, but maybe there are some things that a traditional unit test can't quite find. Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened here. There's a link, or actually, oh, what's that on my? Oh, what's that on my screen? Language empowering everyone to build reliable and efficient software. Oh, it has a type system and an ownership model that guarantees memory safety and thread safety. The problems that you can't really unit test for is you seem to think you can. You fucking imbecile. How am I, the JavaScript soy boy, more qualified than you at very basic testing practices for low-level languages? I know why. Because I'm not here to complain about somebody I'm mad about. I'm here trying to educate my audience on software development. You fucking imbecile. You child. Do you see how many people just dropped bangers in my chat as I went on this rant? Because you're so God, I knew this was going to be bad. I did not expect he was going to say that the unit tests in Bun verifying behavior are enough to handle any memory errors. Are you fucking kidding? I don't know if I can finish this. I'm so pissed off. What happened to the test suite being sufficient to catch everything? It's not sufficient to catch bugs in the Zig code, but it is to catch bugs in a million lines of unreviewed slop? This is the most damning thing I've ever seen a language author write. This is him outright admitting he cannot fathom how Rust has guarantees that Zig doesn't. He genuinely believes that unit tests are all it takes to prevent memory leaks. And that's why Zig's a terrible language, because its creator doesn't understand fucking memory, which is unbelievable. Tries to educate my audience, proceeds to insult a random author online. Let's see what your previous messages were. Oh, you defending Anthropic for no good fucking reason. The only place you hear about T3 code is in this stream. You're a hate watcher that has been coming back for months upon months. I'll do you a favor. Problem solved. Now you can't chat when you're here. Stupid fucker. Get out of here. You have no place in this ecosystem, much less my fucking chat. I love this. He claims that the performance improvements are due to LTO, which Zig supports, but it wasn't, and it was enabled before by default, but they turned it off because of LLVM bugs, all of which also affect Rust. We probably tried to tell you to try enabling it and you didn't listen. I love the probably tried, motherfucker. The post implies you were diligently fuzzing the Zig code, while during our calls, the Bun team told us that they were not fuzzing anything. Didn't you just say the calls stopped? Pretty sure you did. Pretty sure you said that you guys stopped talking and that you drifted, so you wouldn't know this. The Bun post outlines a bunch... The Bun post outlines a bunch of engineering work done to reduce binary size to better make the case that Bun is better in Rust. No, it doesn't. It calls out these small benefits, the fact they saw more and they went and took them. It wasn't used to justify this. If I was to reach like this for your article, I could say that this is an attempt to get Jared killed in the street. Obviously, you're not calling for that, but when you make absolutely insane generalizations and then a bunch of reaches on top, you can say stupid shit. you've done a lot of that here. I think this, specifically the binary size section of the blog post, is precisely why it took so long for the blog post to come out. You were doing engineering work that you should have done in the Zig code base since the beginning. This is like the whole article is full of absurd speculative reaches. This sentence is just fucking stupid. Obviously, this is not the case. You can check the commit history to see this is not the case. This is just a desperate attempt to pretend Jared is acting in bad faith when he has been beyond transparent about all of this. Apparently, he was upset. Apparently, Andrew was mad at him for using comp time so much and even made a time report thing to try and get him to stop. Andrew noticed that Jared neglected to mention compilation speed. No, he didn't. He specifically talked about how bad the compile times were and how he had to break up the project differently in order to make it work reliably at all. The Zig compiler is about 600,000 lines of code, roughly the same size as Bun before the rewrite, and he's clocking 16 seconds to build from scratch with a clean cache. Yeah, awesome. You do understand that Jared's an engineer, right? That he can look at these things and make a decision. Do you understand how crazy it is that he traded the super fast compile times from Zig for the god-awful ones for Rust, as well as having to re-architect the project to have hundreds of crates instead of just one, which he preferred? You should take this as a lesson, Andrew. This motherfucker, Jared, was so frustrated with his experience working in Zig that he ate all of these real costs that you're discussing because, again, let's be real here, your language sucked so hard that the benefits didn't matter to him enough. He wanted those things. That's why he picked your language. That's why he complimented Zig so much at the start of his post. But because you're still acting like no one uses your goddamn language, he couldn't stick with it. So he had to switch to a language that has these horrible compilation times. And he admitted it. He's not hiding any of this. You need to learn from this. Like let's be real here. If I had a kid and I would offer to drive them to school and they said, no, fine, I'll walk, and the school's 20 miles away, that doesn't mean the kid is stupid. Okay, it might. But it also probably means I screwed up some amount, that my kid doesn't want to get in the car with me and will instead go through that insane amount of pain because they would rather deal with that than get in my fucking car. That is what you're doing here. You are mad at the kid for not wanting to be near you because you fucking suck. Oh, the kid's so stupid for walking to school. No, you're a shitty parent. What did we learn here today? The main issue here was the relationship breakdown as he's outlined above. Nothing to do with programming language features. Of course, I don't expect the blog post to admit that. Really, it was well played. I'll read his last words here, but I'm going to go on one last tangent because remember, I'm a friend of Jared's. We've talked about a lot of different things, including his choice of languages. He genuinely loves Zig. He loves it so much that he worked his fucking ass off to try and bridge this relationship, to try and help the Zig community form a real presence in SF and be pleasant to work with. He only brought up these issues once or twice with me ever. He's brought up a lot of other things a lot more often. I'm pretty sure I've talked about bunnies with Jared more than I've talked about the Zig Foundation. But in the little bit we talked, the tone I got from him was slight disappointment. Like he genuinely felt sad that the Zig Foundation was being unnecessarily hostile. And he didn't even bring it up. Like I had to bring it up. And he was like, yeah, I don't know what's up there. It sucks because I love the language and I love them and we donate, but they're just like hostile towards us and I don't get it. That was his take on the whole thing over the last 3+ years I've talked about it with him. I have heard more about this relationship through this article than I've heard from Jared over 3 years. Jared was very kind and political about this which is crazy because you think he's this terrible manager that's super inconsiderate. You are projecting all of your own bad behavior in this article in the most absurd way, and we're about to point out the absurd level as we wrap it up. You only thank him for the donations, not for any of the other things he did or the absurd levels of effort he put in the promotion he gave Zig. I learned about this language through Jared's work, and now I will never touch it thanks to your work. But part 2 is where I want you to just, and Andrew, I know this has been spicy. I know you're watching the whole thing because you're a narcissistic prick, but I need you to just reset everything I've said so far and lock in for a second with me, because there's a sentence we have to look at together. I actually don't have any personal criticisms of Jared. I know you hate LLMs, but we're going to do a thing. I don't want you to think that this is a biased model, so I'm specifically asking ChatGPT, which in seconds calls out that the article contains numerous personal criticisms of Jared, even though many arise in a professional context, including but not limited to calling him inexperienced and prone to mediocre outcomes, groomed into uncritically adopting Silicon Valley ideology, saying that he has poor communication, unrealistic expectations, low empathy, no experience. He kept nagging you. He's writing slop, and he's singularly focused on productivity, wealth, and exit strategies. Literally all of these things are personal attacks, including calling him a stinky manager. And just to address some bias, we will ask our friend Fable 5. That one's taken a while. Yes, pretty clearly, the disclaimer at the end sits awkwardly against much of what precedes it. The most direct example, the article relays that based on accounts from interviewees and employees, Jared was a stinky manager. Yeah. The sheer volume of personal criticisms of Jared in this article is genuinely hilarious. You're fucking hallucinating, man. He has different tastes than me. He wants different things out of life than me. But I think he's actually happy and successful exactly where he is. Unlike you, you seem incredibly unhappy and petty and pissed off. He figured out how to accomplish all the stuff in life that he wants. He gets to live out productivity fantasy fever dreams. He's probably already super wealthy. He has minor tech celebrity status. I think he did well for himself, and I don't wish him any ill will. I added this paragraph in an update to the blog post because it seems like people are having a hard time believing me when I say it's not personal and that I actually accept Jared for who he is and actually perceive him as successful by his own standards and in fact am genuinely happy for him. It's the truth though. I accept people who are wildly different than me. You're going to have to accept that all of your users are too, and they're all going to stop using your goddamn language. I don't hold it against people to have different tastes than me. And I don't even hate my opponents in the world of business. Of course you don't. You don't have a fucking business. If anything, we have something in common. We're both playing the same game, albeit on opposite teams. What teams? What do you mean you're playing on opposite teams? What game? What the fuck are you saying? His team is shipping, your team is shitposting? His team is building useful software, your team is complaining of people who build useful software? What the fuck do you mean opposite teams? I'm happy our business interests are no longer intertwined. As soon as the internet stops arguing in public about whether the rewrite was good or bad for Bun based on the language choice, I believe that concludes our interactions. God, what are you linking here? He's literally linking the sex robot skit from Whitest Kids You Know. This guy's a literal teenager. He is actually operating as though he's 14 fucking years old. I've never seen anything like this in my adult life. I'm not even kidding. Best part is it's not even a target blank. It pulls you off his website. Holy fuck. I knew this was going to be bad, but I did not expect to crash out this hard over it. Holy shit. I got nothing. I'm angry. I hope you are too. I would do the normal outro, but I don't even feel like switching the camera. Peace, nerds, I guess. What the fuck? FaZe, I bet on the camera angle you'll be able to hear me hitting my head against the wall. Possibly worth including. Matt Mullenweg is a significantly more decent human than this. I don't agree with Matt and his crash out on WP Engine, enough so that I sat him down and pushed back on it. But he's a good fucking person and he cares a lot. You could argue that his WP Engine stuff was him caring too much. And like another silly thing, like when I did that coverage of Matt and he came on the podcast, we stayed in touch. We still talk quite a bit. He's a good fucking dude, and he has come out to help support things like Helium. He genuinely loves open source so goddamn much. Andrew Kelly is an actively harmful individual. This is an evil person that somehow got power. And then Jonathan Blow is just dumb. I wouldn't put him in this running. He's just stupid and inconsiderate. Does caring too much include banning WP Engine from the plugin list? Yes, sadly. He genuinely saw them as actively trying to damage the open source in nature and ecosystem in the WordPress world and went guns blazing while also being very careful and kind towards the people working at WP Engine, including the leadership. He made it about the finance board steering them in a bad direction. I don't think his critique was landed well, but I can see where it came from. I'm sure they have a good reason for this fork. I wouldn't overread this. Donate to the Zig Foundation and charge back? No, too dirty. Tempting, but way too dirty for me. This is going to fuck up my whole schedule. Great. Cool. I am not going to film more. I want to, but it is 9:15. We're going to do something a little different. I was told this video is ready. Cool. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to raid the video. This one you guys didn't see because I filmed it before streaming. This is why I was so late to going live. So you guys can go watch this together. And I'm going to go figure out when I can record again because there's too much fucking shit going on. Enjoy the video. Thank you to everybody who donated while I was filming. To Devi for the gifts. To, God, there's a lot of you guys. Mac, Husky, X and Fang, Imar Lopez, Pixels, Verto, Hitesh, Haplos again with the 25 bomb. Super, super appreciate that. Devi with the multiple gifts. Be Chewy, Arpan, Shamu, always good to see you, man. Nate Codes, the legends. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. The video is now live. Go check that out. And thank you again for stopping by. Have fun, nerds. Goodbye. See you guys probably Sunday, maybe earlier. And I have a lot of other videos recorded online and offline, so keep an eye out for those. This is a really fun stream, a little chaotic, but a good one nonetheless. Thank you all for chilling all the way to the end. All 2,000 plus of you across platforms. Goodbye, nerds. You see the last minute gift subs? Oh, fuck. I missed the 3 KHO with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. I missed any other financing on YouTube? I think we're good there. Yep, we are. Thank you all. Bye, y'all.